Oh, where am I? Okay, hold on a second. I click this and this and then this. I know there's a black screen right now. Oh no. Oh no. Camera problems, 1 minute. Hey, Atomic. Yeah, I think my hub is dying because my speakers also have stopped working through my hub. And I've had this for, I want to say 5 years, which doesn't seem like very long. And I had a problem with the first hub that they sold me. Hang on a second. Let me see what this is plugged into. Checking these cables. Where did this cable go? Okay, this is plugged into here. Okay, let's see if that's any better. Where's my camera now? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's gonna be black for a second. Give me a sec. No, it's still not working. Uh-oh. Huh. Well, anyway, hi everyone. Oh man, I don't want to have to buy a new hub. These hubs are like super expensive. They're like $200 or something. Let me try something else really fast. I want to get this working. I'm just gonna try a different port and we'll see. Okay, the normal content. No, it's still not working. We get here in the hub. Hey yo, hey Luna, hey Andrew, hey Cuddlefish. Did you see that Twitch is getting rid of the combined chat rule? Really, really, really. Wow. Yeah. It kind of feels bad that I don't know that they're doing this and they just have this policy in the first place because like I could have just used it in the first place. And there were a bunch of people who did use it and never had anything happen to them. All right, so I've done this. See what I should do about this. Twitch allowing combined chat. Hey Pressel, hey Ketchup. Try turning it off and on again. So let me try turning off the camera again. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna make a difference. Actually, let me try some other things here. Because I'd like to figure this out. I showered. I'm wearing a nice shirt. Give me a sec. Let's see if that's working. No, it's still not. It's just not even detecting it. But like I said, I've been having problems with my speakers too. I had to plug them into something else today. I think this is just kaput. Do I have another USB port somewhere? No. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, that's a shame. Hey, Alex. Yeah, we could have the little pixel avatar thing. Well, I guess I can turn off all these lights. Give me a sec. Yeah, there. Now I turn on an overhead light. Actually, I could just do this through here, right? Chillin'. All right. Well, sorry about that, everyone. I think I need to buy a new hub. Probably need to buy a new hub for my Mac. Speakers has stopped working a while ago, and the monitors were flickering. And now the camera doesn't work. No, it's just I do normally shower and wear a nice shirt. It's just that if I felt like, oh, I don't feel like doing that today, then I wouldn't have my face cam on. But this time I did it while I could do 99% of the time. Your mic is static. Oh, that's coming from this now. Oh, darn it. Okay, hang on. All right, that should fix it. Did that fix it? But now I won't be able to hear anything. Test, test, test. Is it any better? Hi, Crank. And hey, Surgeon. Is the mic staticky? I didn't hear any issue. Hey, Pressel. Well, this is a sucky experience for everybody. Can I hear? Didn't hear any static. Hey, Puelo. Probably on his end. Let's take a look. There was like white noise. It's gone now. Okay, okay. Well, hey, Alu, and hey, Zico. Yeah, this is how it'll be for now. Like I said, so I have a CalDigit TS3, and these things are not cheap. Yeah, this is the thing that I have, and I'm pretty sure, actually, it should just be in the spec sheet. Ooh, Zico. Yeah, let's take a look. There should be a doc in here. Yeah, $212 back in 2020. So it's been 5 years and 3 months. I don't know how long these things usually last for, but that's maybe expected. It's just the sucky thing about buying this again is it's not a fun piece of tech. It's just a required piece of tech because I don't have enough ports on my Mac. I wonder if there's some like knockoff version that would be fine. Ugh, I don't know. I gotta look into that now. Well, whatever. Today's today, and we're here, so let's just get stuff done. Let me turn the lights up a little bit more so you can see the keyboard camera better. Ceiling, computer side here. So if I turn this one up and this one up. Yeah, there, that's pretty good. All right, well, let's get to work. So I have a bunch of random things to do, and we're just gonna get through these however we can. So let's open up the emojis thing. I wanted to add a new emoji here, which is this one. Got it. Okay, cool. So that's done. Now I can type that. All right, what do we have? Translate languages and the word translators myself on Weblate for each language should be pretty simple. Yeah, this should be. So let's go get all the different words. We have French, German, Italian, Spanish I think is already done, and Portuguese. And we need all of these words and the word translator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. So we need this, and I'm going to do it this way. Oh, that didn't really paste correctly. There we go. How are you feeling? Got an emoji to help convey? Why, yes, I do. There it is. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to go to Google Translate for this. So let's start with Portuguese. Let's type translators. I assume this is probably, whoops, other way around. I assume this is probably okay. There was only one translator, so we probably just take this. Oh wait, no. No, it's gonna be all right. I'm gonna just use this one. Okay, so that's Portuguese for translators. Then let's get all the different languages here. Spanish language. You know what? You know what's even easier? Let's just do this. Let's just go to Steam. They're just words. It's not like they're copyrighted. So now we switch into Portuguese. And now we just look at what they wrote for this stuff. So I can't copy. Fine, inspect. Okay, copy. All right, here it is. So this is Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, German, French. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. And then we just gotta keep doing this. So next up is the word, what are we doing next? Italian. Okay, translators. Italian. All right, now we get all the different languages. Let's go back to Steam here. Okay, now inspect. Go to the parent, copy everything. Let's close all the other tabs here so I don't mess this up. There. So what's the first one? Portuguese. All right. Then Italian itself is probably Italiano, I'm guessing. I assume so, but I don't want to assume anything. Wait a second. No. It shows when you switch it back to English, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I assume that's correct. I seem to mix Portuguese between Brazil and Portugal in the translations. Is that deliberate? What do you mean? Hey, Mohi Kumar. Too many things broke at the same time. Hub is $200. Yeah, there's probably a cheaper hub out there. The thing you got to be careful about is, do all the peripherals work when connected to it? And is there any like coil whine? Spanish. Now German. Is this correct? This is what they say? Huh. That's kind of funny. It's totally different from what all the other languages use as German. French. Thanks, Elo. I'll give you a point because that'll save me some time. Just put all the colons here in spaces, I guess. Okay, so there's that. French, German, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese. All right, and finally French. Translators. All right, now let's go get French. Could just copy paste the entire list. Yeah, there probably is. And I'm just doing a first stab at this, which actually this is probably gonna be the final stab too. I'm probably not gonna do anything after this. I don't think anyone's even gonna see this in the game. How many people go to the credits menu? And then if they do, how many go in a separate language? And then how many are like, oh yeah, that's wrong. I care about that. I don't think it's gonna happen. Spanish. Here we go. Spanish. Italian. Oh, whoop, that didn't work. Portuguese. German. And French itself. Which is that? Yeah. Do I have a Sadia? No, I don't. All right, then let's... Actually, can I type one? No, I can't. Okay, so French in French is this. Great. I did it again there. What did I do? In Portuguese, the Spanish translation. Wait one sec. in Portuguese. Maybe I copied the wrong thing. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, thank you. I messed this up. Yeah, thank you, Zico. In French, you've got this. Oh, you're saying just make it clearer that it is the Brazilian version? Because yeah, I can do that. In fact, I wonder if this will just do this for us. That's probably correct. Is it the Brazilian one? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. All right. Anything else here? That's probably pretty good. Oh, missed an E here. Yeah, wow. It just filled it in for me. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to just very quickly validate that I didn't mess anything up here. So let's do Italian. Let's start with French, actually. Translators, French, German, good, good. Again, if these are like close enough to correct, we're probably fine. Next up is German. Translator, French, German, Spanish, Italian, and this. And had we missed the E, what would have happened? Okay. It just autocorrects. Okay, good. Next up is Italian. Translators. Whoops. I missed an E. German. Spanish. Italian. Portuguese. Okay, and then finally in Portuguese. Good. 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 And good. Cool. It's weird, but it's correct. Gotcha. And hey, Showboat. Okay, so now we got to plug all these in to Weblate. Should be pretty simple. So there should be a few missing strings. I guess we could find them over. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter how we do this. I just click this. All right, so translators. Save and continue. French. German. Portuguese. Italian. Spanish. All right, so let's go get that in the right order. Portuguese goes up the list. Then it was Italian. Then it was Spanish. So it should look like that. Okay, now I translate all the other ones. So French is done again. German, translate. French, German, Portuguese, Italian, Spanish. Okay. Now we go to Italian. Translate. Good. I'm kind of on autopilot here. I should probably just make sure these still line up, but they look like they do. And then the final one is Portuguese. And if we ever get another language, then we have to add that language to every language. All right, now we can do a quick validation on this. We just go to the newest strings. So project, Scala Seller, Insight, History, and click all of those. And then look at them in other languages. Good, 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 good. Cool. Yep. They should pretty much just all start with the same general letter or sound the same. Yeah. Now I make sure I didn't copy paste the wrong thing. And then the final one is here. Yeah, nice. Okay. All right. So that is that. Revert cleric changes. I think this has already been done. How do we break this down by language? Ah, there we go. Italian. Okay, I think this is fine. Cover Codex's message on Discord. We should probably finish up the translation things all now together, or whatever. Make the data mark to people, probably more of the backlog, journal. Update press kit, yeah. But any other translation stuff that we need? Truncation stuff. And what's that bottom one here? Localization. We have all strings no longer marked as fuzzy. Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of little kind of sucky tasks to do today. It's just the nature of getting close to launch. So now what we need to do is pull that into the game, which means pushing from Weblate. So operations, repository maintenance. 131 pending. Oh, because of Spanish? Maybe because of Spanish. Why is that the case? I did just now like 30 something maybe. History, if we just scroll back. Oh, hey. Amanda changed all the cleric stuff. Nice. I emailed her about this yesterday. And I didn't expect her to do this already. I wonder if she emailed back. Oh, she just did. As of 1 minute ago. Hey, Adam, fix the translation. Sorry about that. Oh, cool. Okay, nice. Yeah. Thanks, Amanda. Hey, Sarah. How important is translation in games? I feel like English proficiency is especially high among gamers. I think it's pretty important. I'll show you something that I did a while ago. If we go to this, I kept track of... How do you find your playlist? I kept track of a bunch of people who made Skeleseller videos. Let me mute this. Actually, wait a second. This isn't YouTube. I need to mute YouTube, not YouTube Studio. There we go. Okay, now I won't accidentally play their content. So if we go through this list, there are a bunch of... What in the world? Get shareable link. There we go. There are a bunch of people who covered it in other languages, and almost without fail, there'd be a comment saying, hey, are we getting this in our language? Yeah, so this. Really want to play it. Will Chinese translation be added in the future? I really need. By the way, I think this is an auto-translated comment. I don't think they actually typed this in English. So there's that on a Chinese video. On the Korean video, I'm not going to show all of these. Where's the Korean video? There's this guy. This guy played as a hedgehog. But yeah, same thing here. Please patch it in Korean. So like, I think it is pretty important. And then there was someone who covered this person on YouTube. They've got like 31,000 subscribers. They made a video talking about, where is it? Yeah, here. Amazing new management games. And this got 10,000 views. Skeleseller was one of the videos in this. And I just left a comment saying like, hey, my friends translated this. This got 84 likes. This is not my video. And now this person agreed to cover the game on their stream. When it launches, I send them a key. So like, this couldn't have happened if I didn't have a Portuguese translation. Well, maybe it could have, I don't know. But it's more likely when you have the translations. And that's the main reason why you do it, I think. If some big influencer in, let's say, Korea wants to cover your game, they might end up getting like, whatever, 15,000 sales for you. And yeah, maybe that doesn't end up happening, but it can't happen if you don't translate it. A lot of people still want their games in German. Yeah. Yeah, and I think there are languages in countries out there where they don't care. So I've heard this very much about the Netherlands. Like, yes, obviously they speak Dutch, but they play games in English. To the point where it's just not even worth having a Dutch translation, apparently. So, okay, cool. Easy for me. And yeah, I imagine there are a lot of countries that are like that, where it's like, well, there's a native language, but they play games in a different language, or they read books, or they watch movies in a different language, that sort of thing. Yeah. So we need to commit this. I didn't actually click the button, right? No, I didn't. And there's no other changes, right? Yeah, okay, so commit. This is what's really nice about Weblate. So this is connected to GitHub. It's a GitHub repo that just has translation. So let's say this got hacked. At worst, all we'd lose is the translations, which is not a big deal because I have them on my own computer. So it's not like there's any game code here. And the translation is all public anyway. So now all we have to do is this. And then just point the new Skeleseller repo at it, and we should just be good. So if I launch the game right now, we should see all those new words in here. Hey, Human Puppet, and thanks. I don't think we're probably going to do Polish. Like, here's one of the things I don't know. How well does Skeleseller have to do for me to be like, all right, that's it. Let's translate to every language. So let's say we sell, I don't know, $5 million worth of copies. Is that assigned to translate to Polish? And I don't know. This is not like this isn't me saying anything other than literally face value question here. Like, how do you know when you should translate to a language like that? Because with the CJK language, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, these, if Skeleseller makes north of, let's say, like 300 or 400K, I'd be like, yep, okay, definitely worth translating, because these are huge markets. But Polish, I just do not know. How do you pull them into Skeleseller? Do you get clone? So we have the Skeleseller repo, and there's a submodule under that that points to the translations. That's what I just updated. So if we go into here, if I could type correctly, submodules has just this Skeleseller translations. So I just pulled that repo, and now it should just be in the game. So that's as easy as it was to do this, which is pretty nice. So now what we should see is in the game credits. Yeah, nice. All of this is translated. This is Italian. We need to test all the languages. So let's go up the list first. This is French, but is that correct? It's probably correct. I don't know. Just keep going through the list and find out. Change this to Spanish now. Yeah. Okay. And then 2 more languages. German. Yep. And what's the last one? Portuguese. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I think everything's good. Let's switch back to English now. I think we need to remove CJK from the game because I don't have them in the game. Let's make a new branch before I mess all this stuff up. What branch am I on over here? Main? Yeah, that's not a good idea. All right, so get checkout -B. I don't know, more to-do items 8. It's such lazy naming. So that's going to break this, which needs to pull main again, which then that'll update this, yeah. Update translations. This fixes the Portuguese masculine cleric and adds translations for the game credits. And then this we can now go test. This is, I should have stopped saying this. Today is not going to be like fun, cool tasks. We will hopefully get back to that at some point, but I think today is going to be boring, annoying tasks that we just have to get done with. So we just launched the game. We have every adventure, and we just make sure none of them are truncated. So this is English. There can't be a problem in English. I've looked at that a million times. So let's go to Spanish next. Now we save and load. Yep. Yeah, so things like this. This got smaller, which is fine. Now French, save, load. Hey Nebula, hey Hef. Tech debt reduction. It's not even really tech debt. It's like these are translated words that we had to do. It's debt reduction for sure. And yeah, same thing. It's like removing these languages from the game. I wanted to have them in the game. We probably will have them eventually, but we just don't have them now. All right, this is looking good. There is a tiny problem here, which I'm not actually going to care about. which is that the pixels on the right side of the name can align with the border here. I think it's fine. I think if you speak the language, you know what that final letter is, and you can see the loop of the A anyway. So like, it's just not worth fixing. But yeah, that all looked good. So now we only have 2 more languages left, and I think we've already looked at both of these. Yeah, it's rather unfortunate in German that this has to be as small as it is, but yeah, otherwise it won't fit. If I could put another apostrophe, then maybe it'd be okay, but yeah, that's it. Whatever. That's what we have. All right, and the final language is Portuguese, and now we should have a female cleric here. Yeah, clerica. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but that's how I'll say it. Cool. All right, everything fits. So is there anything else we wanted to do here? I think I looked at everything and just said, yeah, it's pretty much fine. Can't test until we update the new or import the new translations. Did I just give up on this then? I don't actually know what I did. All right, let's go back into Italian. Let's just look at these like few places. Goose. 2 classes. Yeah. They only had them in a 6x5 pixel version, and I wanted a 6x6 pixel version. All right, adventure's too large. So we got to reload the game, right? This all looks fine. Yeah, what next? Buildings? Buildings, we don't have them all. I got to start a new game for that. This looks fine. Yeah, we're just making sure nothing overflows. New game. This is all good. And what's the final place? Actually entering bone mode. Yeah, this is where I'm a little more hesitant. Like this menu gets a lot larger because these words are just longer. It's not a huge deal. It's maybe a little bit worse in French where just one of these is long, but in Italian, actually a lot of these are pretty long. Was that window jumping? Controls changing size when you move the mouse over the buttons in French? Yeah, I think it is jumping. You're talking about the tooltip that shows up and it was at like the upper left of the screen at first. Yeah, I need to figure out what's doing that. All right, so that was Italian. I'm moderately happy with that. Now let's go look at Portuguese and then Spanish. Portuguese. So we go back to the title screen. We click this. Looks fine. And don't I have like a super long time on one of these that I can test with? I thought I did. Maybe I deleted it. It's probably just cloud saves that got rid of it. Oh, well, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's okay. And now we go over to here and take a look at this. Yep, that's fine. And then over here, that's fine. Yeah. Does it all scale with the text content? A lot of it does. This is one of the places that definitely does not. So like if the word for mage were 14 characters, it would need to be shrunk. That's it. But yeah, like a dialogue that pops up, this could be 4 paragraphs and it would be okay. In fact, you can even see when it is longer. It just makes the box bigger. So much of the UI is like that. There are a couple of places where it isn't really. So as an example, let's say you cast a spell and you don't have enough mana. This, I mean, it can be longer, but obviously you want to still be able to see it in the world. And yeah, at no zoom level is it like cut off or whatever. Anyway, we could just add new lines to that. That wouldn't be a problem. Hey, Mr. XQ, have you tried Emacs in org mode? Just wondering, since I'm playing with it and it seems pretty interesting. I think I've used something that was very similar to org mode called Plain Tasks back in Sublime and then To Do Plus in VS Code. I liked it a lot, actually. Is there a picture of this? There's no picture? Okay, well, anyway, To Do Plus might have a picture. To Do Plus VS Code. There's no picture of this either? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So this is what org mode is, right? I haven't really used Emacs a lot, but yeah, I really liked this. I think this isn't a great reason, but if you take a look at this command, wait, no, sorry, that's not it. This command? The to-do command. This list is publicly accessible to everyone. So if you're ever like, what's Adam going to be working on? Which I don't know how many people even look at this, but there is someone else in the document right now. But yeah, if you go to today.adamlearns.com. Oh, that's weird. My bot isn't responding on YouTube. That's very bizarre. We'll need to look at that at some point. Figure out why my bot isn't responding on YouTube. All right, what is this? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so what language haven't we tested? I think just Spanish. No, that can't be right. We must have done everything. All right, I think we're good then. I think I'm just going to go delete all this. I don't see any weird truncations. As long as all the checks are passing, we're probably fine. Did I already delete all it? I guess I did. Yeah, maybe we should do... Hey, TJ. VTuber. Yeah, my hub is broken, I think. So, like, my speakers won't work. My camera won't work. The only other things plugged into it right now are my monitors. That's it, actually. Yeah, my monitors. That's all I have coming out of this thing now. Thankfully, that's working. Although if that didn't, I would just unplug something from my computer, which hopefully I wouldn't miss. All right, this is a bit tricky. Here is the ideal situation. I think we need one person from each language, or like who speaks each language, to play through the whole game, basically. For Spanish, I think that'll end up being Kevin. For Portuguese, we already have a person named Zen doing that. For Italian, I have no one so far. For French, I don't think I have anyone. And for, what's the last language? German? Maybe I'll ask one of the German translators. But I don't want to, like, rush anybody. Anyway, these are probably fine. But yeah, does anyone here speak Italian or French and would want to play a game? So seriously, this would be the only thing I'd be asking, is just like play through the game. And I can send you a play test thing. So I'm at Adventures tab and you hover over level up, plus number text appears and stretches that container. Oh, I see. Okay, let me go take a look at that. If I do this and save. Yeah, I don't know what language I was in when you looked at that, but I can just find out. Here it's fine. French. It's fine for French. Italian. Actually, shouldn't this be really easy to fix? Don't I just turn off word wrap? What language did this happen in? German? It's moving it a little bit. I guess it's not a word wrap problem. It was French. Oh. How did I miss that? Maybe it has to do with what level they all are? Wait, how would that make sense, though? I mean, things are sliding a little bit. Oh, that pushes it a lot. Why does it push it by that much? And why is there a scroll bar here now? Well, there's a debug button. The debug button wouldn't be there for players. So if I just save this and then go into feature flags. Actually, let's turn off the debug +1 button. Whoop. What is this called? Debug grants skill points. If feature flags is not debug. Okay, let's just turn this off no matter what. So now there is no debug button. I think the scroll bar should go away. Who was I? I was on this character, right? Yeah. The scroll bar went away. Okay, that's kind of fine, I think. Yeah, I'm not super inclined to do anything about these potential issues that show up right now. Like if the UI bumps a little bit, it's probably okay. Yeah. All right, let's switch back into English here and turn that off. Well, what we could do, and this is probably going to be a little bit difficult, is I could just play through the game in Italian and in, what was the other language I said? French? In fact, if we just start a new game now and then just increase the game speed by a whole lot, I could get kind of a taste of what it'd be like without having to put in a lot of work. Let's hire another adventurer. Get the town hall. Get auto battle. Get another worker. We shouldn't be able to afford this stuff. This is all fine. Get a point into this. Should probably actually look at some text. I don't need to read it. I just need to make sure it doesn't overflow or something. All right, so now I have a couple of adventures. Go fight the ogre. See a banner show up? I think I did this the other day. What level of playing this game would I need to get to? Maybe let's just click grant most things and get the treasure room and the key storage. Oh, I don't know if I showed this off. I got the new key grinder graphic in the game. So take a look at this. And when you put armor into it, let's grant some items here. It's got an animation, a little spark coming out of it. And then it can spit out the key right over there. So it looks pretty nice. This was not hard to add in. There was a very, very difficult problem to solve, though, which is that when an armor was dropping into it from the top, it had collision enabled. So the key flying out of it would move to the right first because of the collision, then left again, and then to the right again, or something like that. And that took a very long time to figure out, and I didn't even figure it out. I just sent a message, and Kevin is like, oh, yeah, it's probably because you have a collision on. How's this look? Yeah, great. Oh, that's super broken. Drat. All right, so this is French. Well, I'm glad we tested that. Yeah, I should probably just do these tests myself then. Test each language myself to make sure things don't overflow. French treasure chests are bad. Because the other problem we're going to have is these overlap. So it's two problems. I guess let's save this and then try it in the other languages. Depending on how they abbreviated it. Is that what we did for Spanish? Oh, this might not have been translated. No, it must have been translated, right? The RF. Yeah, we could potentially do something like that. I could also shrink the font size for these languages. Where do I find this? Format, minutes, seconds. Here it is. What string does this use? This. So if I search for this in WebLate, here it is. And in Spanish, it is, yeah, it's got minute there. And then French has that too. Every other one of these is the same, right? Yeah, so we shouldn't have a problem in any other language. But yeah, Spanish and French. So if I go try the other languages here, let's go to Italian, for example. Should look totally fine. Yep. It's the same as English. It's the same as English for all of these, actually. The remaining ones. Yeah, also fine. I mean, I'm going to assume this is correct in terms of translation. That like the German word for minutes starts with M. Minutes. Yeah. And same thing for Portuguese and same thing for Italian. Yep. And yeah, cool. Okay. All right, well, that was one problem. What else can we find here? This is the only other space-constrained string I can think of. Is there anything else? Fishing. I don't know. Let's just try fishing and see what happens. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Imagine you actually catch a fish. Should just pull the fish out of here, yeah. Yeah, all that stuff looks okay. Oh, what about guild supplies? I want to look at that. My goodness, what a long name. What's that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That looked like it was a gender thing. Hired guild to power with the witch doctor. Stats increase, I think it says. Oh, man. Okay. Hey, Melanite. Any notification will let the user know to save and reload the game after swapping languages? No, there's no notification. The only scenario that I try to accommodate is if you're doing it on the title screen, it should change everything on this screen. So as long as you change here, like we changed to French, the whole settings menu changes, these buttons change, the dialogues change. So I expect most people to change it on this page, and it detects what your OS is set to begin with. So if you are a French player, it will probably just start in French and you won't do anything. So yeah. So yeah, well, what I'm guessing is this and this are words like of in Portuguese. Yeah. Well, that one isn't. I don't know. All right, well, maybe that's fine. Yeah, let's not worry about that. It's 20 days left. I don't have a countdown. Oh, thank you, Neural Net. And happy half year. Thanks for the resub. May think it's not working. Like maybe they want to swap mid-game for one reason or another. Yeah, I figured they would probably just save and reload. Because yeah, we'd have to like rebuild every UI and it's not worth it. And I get that you're not saying that it's worth it to do that. You're saying just make a message pop up. But then we got to translate that message too. I'm a native Portuguese speaker. What's the question? Is this, I guess the question is this clear enough? Let me show this message again. Now, let's say we do this. Oh, wait, this is, what language is this? French, Portuguese. Save, load. All right, so we take the same thing and put this over here. So, what? I want to take a picture. Okay, there. So, is this fine? Do you think? Would you expect this message to show up with the parentheses A there? Because it could show for any of your characters. Like this gets parameterized. By the way, a native Portuguese speaker translated this, so this is what they thought was good. But I didn't split up the messages by gender. This is one of those things where it's almost bad to be writing a game in English because you just won't have this on your mind. So then it's hard to go from no gender to gender. But if you were speaking like German, for example, it'd probably be easier to translate to English because you'd be like, oh, wow, we only have one form for everything. Right. I figure, but like, does this look like something you might expect? That's kind of the real question. Is this jarring? Would this take you out of the game to see this? The genders change depending on the language, right? Yeah, but what I'm getting at is in English, you would just say the cleric or the paladin, but that's not possible in French. You can't just use a generic the. You need to say le or la. Hey, Daniel. Anyway, all right. I think that's probably fine. So, yeah, what do we do about this? I'm going to try just decreasing the font size, although that itself has kind of a problem because, well, I don't know. Maybe these just changes. You can add the A to the paladin at the end or just not use it at all. I think mixing both is kind of strange. Wait, sorry, to be clear, paladin is always like a man in this game, but that word may have been replaced by, say, cleriga. Yeah. So that's what this would be for, I guess. And that's what I was wondering, is that strange at all? It's fine in Portuguese. Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have just shown more examples before I did that, which I can just go do now. So for example, when we drag the rogue thing there, this is feminine. All right, I'm going to try decreasing the font size of this. This is treasure chest opening progress. In this case, it's just that. You wouldn't say attributes of the cleric? I think there's probably some confusion here. Yeah, just don't worry about this. I'm gonna move on. Hey Rozos. I'd be so disappointed if your sprite is not in the game. It's in the game. It's definitely in the game. In fact, I think it was in when you played. I don't know if you got my recent email. I was trying to think of where we were messaging originally, because I could have sworn we'd talked about some of this stuff, and not the sprites, but turns out it was here. I was looking in Discord, then I looked at email, and I had like 2 email providers at some point. No, it's fine. I'm not trying to rush you for an answer or anything. Yeah. Just use a preposition that agrees with the gender. Well, so that's what I'm saying. When I have strings like that, like we have a string like this, for example, that we have to then expand out into like 10 different strings. I'd like to not do that here. So there's just one that should work for all the gender locked characters, which I guess would use the DO parenthesis A. Yeah. Where do we have this here? Okay, so do we have the font size? Actual font size is not desired font size. Desired font size is this. So we need to have a different multiplier in Spanish and French. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I hope this works. What does that do? Outline size. This is camera.zoom times 1.5 instead of 13. And what is X here? A float? Yeah, okay, so let's try this out. PT players don't understand. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so this is gonna be zoom multiplier. And this is gonna be very weird. So we're gonna get the locale, which I don't even remember how we do, but it should be in this class. Locale is this. Yeah. Very weird. So if the locale is equal to French, or it's equal to Spanish, then we want to set this to something smaller. I don't know, 8. I don't know what's going to look good here. Then we do zoom multiplier here. And then here we probably do like zoom multiplier. Whoops. Zoom multiplier divided by... What's 13 divided by 1.5? 8.6. Okay. That's bizarre. All right, I think this might work. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Seems so rough. Well, there are other ways we could solve this particular problem of the treasure progress overflowing. And I happen to be doing this in just the easiest way for me, but I could just ask the translators to come up with a different word. So this is in, what is this? Portuguese, I think? Yeah, Portuguese. So we switch to French here and then load the game. Hey, that fit. Wow. We came up with the right size on the first try. So it should work for Spanish because they're the same string, right? No, actually, they're not the same string. The spacing is different. So yeah, now there's a little bit more space around the outside of this, but still looks pretty clean. When you're zoomed out, you can still read it. And now what happens when there's not a lot of time remaining? Let's put some keys in here. I need one more. All right, whatever. I'll just speed this up. I'm not going to accidentally get 2 keys and then ruin it. Yeah. So we could boost the size of this, which would probably look kind of stupid. Okay, so now let's change the game back to English and then load. So yeah, that's the font size we use for English. It fills as much space as possible. I think this is okay. Level of care means everything. You know, you are seeing the parts where I'm applying the care, but you're not seeing the parts where I've just ignored what the potential problems might be. But yeah, I am trying to put in some amount of polish and just eventually I want to add some functional things to the game. All right, now the font outline should be based on the size of the text, and I was not looking at the outline when we clicked French. So let's look at French one more time. The font outline it's readable. Yeah, I think this is fine. There's high contrast too for that background in the foreground. I guess some languages have a completely different word. Yeah, in this particular case, I almost wonder if we shouldn't have had spelled out min here. But yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so change font sizes based on language. I had to do this for treasure opening progress as well, which hadn't been on my radar. Yeah, so I changed it for the spirit caller, the cleric, and treasure progress. Okay, cool. So that's fixed. All right, let's go look at removing CJK from the game. Yeah, so here's the problem. These languages are there in the game. I spent a bunch of time feeding this to an LLM to get it to translate everything. I have no idea if any of this is correct. I have to run it all through Google Translate, and even then, it's not like a native speaker is saying this stuff. So I never exposed any of those strings. So if you look at it, it's just like, well, there's a different font. And I guess I need to load the game. But yeah, everything's going to be in English, but using a different font, which I guess means these things don't fit either. So notes for CJK for later. Adventure names and treasure. I'll just type it out like this. Treasure. Opening progress will probably need to change. The font throws off. Yeah, the spacing. I'll put this in Affinity. You just tell it to use Google Translate. Would that actually work? So the LLM should be kind of better than Google Translate in that it could use the context around it, and you could give it a large file or you can give it chunks of a file. However, the issue with any translation that you do is it's like work you can't validate unless you natively speak the language. So I can sort of validate it, right? If I have something like this and I'm like, what does this word mean? I can see that it's of, but maybe you wouldn't use this in the same way that you would. Like if you say, I live in the US, in French, you would not use a preposition in. You say, like, I live at the US, which if you were to say this in English, people would be like, oh, that person's not a native speaker. But if you type this in Google Translate, it'd probably be like, oh, I live in the US. And you just say, okay, yeah, that's fine. So that's the problem that I'd have. And that's why I had humans look over this. Just had make no mistake. Ad, your life is on the line. You better get this right. Hey, Dale. Hey, Dale, as long as you're here, I don't know if you saw me messing around with this, but I'm totally fine if I just shrunk the font size for this, but could we just shorten min down to M? And could we maybe get rid of the spaces here? Because in English, this looks like this. And I don't know if in French that would look silly or bad. But yeah, this is one of those cases where we're kind of constrained on space. But it doesn't, like I said, I don't really have a problem with what we did for French here. And if this looks most natural, then I'm cool with that. It's readable. I don't think anyone will be confused when they see this. It means 9 meters TLDR now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Hey, Gugu. Yeah, thankfully this solution works totally fine. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So I don't want to have these languages in the game because they don't do anything. And I could surface all the LLM translations. That was I guess that's a real question here. Which is better? Option 1, surface only LLM translations that probably suck, and then warn the user with something like, I'd like to get human translations for these. It's just LLM based. Are you sure you want to use it? Something like this, right? This would not be the actual string. And option 2 is just remove the languages entirely. And I think I'm leaning toward this one because I do want to pay for this at some point, and I just don't have enough CJK viewers, basically. Hey, Tricky Lady. Hey, sad customer. How much pain would it cause if it showed only seconds instead of minutes and seconds? I think it'd be pain for the user because these times can go up to 10 minutes, which is 600 seconds, which most people don't know is 10 minutes. I mean, sure, you can multiply, but I'm just saying you wouldn't like glance at 597 or whatever, 576 and be like, okay, that's how long that is from now. Just we don't think very well in that number of seconds. And I'd even argue that probably most people would look at something like 78 seconds remaining and just prefer that it's in minutes and seconds. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with option 2. Okay, well, let's figure out how we want to do this. And then the other unfortunate bit is that you can upload localized builds to Steam, but I didn't do that. And all of these use 3 different fonts, and these fonts are only used for these languages, which now have no reason to exist in the game. So everyone's downloading fonts they're never going to use. Kind of a shame. Does it have tabular numbers setting for font? Like that 1, 2, 0 take same size, so it doesn't resize on countdown? I don't think so. But I'm not like too bummed out with how this looks or anything. It does resize slightly, but yeah, I don't think it's a big problem. Are you worried at all about bad PR from using LLMs? I could see people complaining that you should pay translators to do this. So there are kind of 2 components of this. Whoops, that's not the right thing. One is I have an AI disclosure, which I put here on Steam. I didn't want to put it in the store page because I don't think many people probably care about it. But I wrote a whole document saying how I used AI. And I think it's in a way that most gamers don't care about. We have one AI graphic, which, to be honest, I just liked better than the human-made graphic. But we did have a human-made graphic for lightning zaps. This looks weird only because I'm in reverse colors mode or whatever. It wasn't used for music and sounds. And I use it kind of minimally for code. It's not like it was a vibe coded game. As far as translations go, I had LLMs generate the foundational translations, but then I had humans review all of the languages that are going to stay in the game. So Spanish, French, Italian, German, and Portuguese, there are some strings that AI came up with, but then a human went and said like, yeah, that's a string I would use. And this is pretty uncontroversial, at least for things like, what's the word for fireball in your language? Like it's not a creative thing. You don't need to name it something different. It's just fireball. So yeah, an AI came up with the word for fireball, but like, I don't know. So that's one portion of it. The second portion is pay, which is that like, I don't know how to say this in a better way, but everyone volunteered to translate. And I recognize that I'm going to be profiting off of that. So my plan is if Skeleseller makes like, I don't know how much money, I haven't thought of this yet, pay the translators. Now, I suspect, and again, this is just for full transparency here, I suspect probably a decent chunk of them will be like, no, that's okay. You don't have to pay me. I just did this because I wanted to help. I will still offer them the money if it makes enough, and it's up to them at that point. So yeah, I don't think there's anything kind of super controversial here, and I want to do the right thing. So I've tried as much transparency as I can get, and like I said, the pay plan that I have too. So yeah, I'm not worried about bad PR is a short thing. Hey, Tyrant King. Better than Google Translate with native speakers in my Discord. Oh yeah, I would expect it to be better than Google Translate. I wouldn't expect probably for it to be perfect in a lot of cases, but that's the kind of thing I wouldn't be able to validate. Yeah, Irad, you think AI tag on Steam affects sales either way? Probably, yes. Yeah. Reaction to that was huge. I think they just had one AI generated texture in the final game. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I didn't follow enough of that to know how that news story broke. Actually, true statement. No, I appreciate it, Irad. Yeah, Irad is a person who did the Italian translation, and this is the kind of thing like I think the general price for translation is a per word fee, and it's usually something like, I'm just gonna make up a number here, like 15 cents per word, right? So yeah. Hey, Ancient Row, how many are there to translate? You could take a look at everything on Weblate if you want to. I think there were 1,500 strings. Yeah, 1,500 strings. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, I will pick up with this work, but I want to make sure I'm actually taking breaks. So is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again, everyone. I tried for a little bit. The reason it took me a little longer to come back than normal is because I tried using another hub for my camera and speakers, and it anyway. I don't think this will work. I probably need to buy a new one. Close the game. All right, where we leave off, we were cutting out a language, right, or several languages. Yeah. So I think just deleting these from this menu is probably good enough. Where is that menu? I think it's dynamically populated. So let's go to game settings menu. Language controls. Here it is. Wait, we never used this? Huh, that's strange. What? Why don't we use it? Language controls. What's it called? There it is. Ah, found you. Okay. This is just an HBox container? Huh. I wonder why we ever fetched this. Language controls. Okay, well, we have no reason to do that. So how do we make this thing work? Locale menu. Here it is. Here's a script. So we just go through every locale. All right, I guess what we'll do is we'll say if locale is CJK, then just continue. And now they won't show up in the menu anymore. And that's it. That's all the work we're probably going to do for this. Yeah. It looks so empty here now. All right, well, let's make sure this is still working. Yeah, we can still change languages, right? Yep. All right, well, there we go. There you have it. We've deleted the languages from the game. Remove CJK languages. They were only ever LLM translated anyway. And since those strings were all marked fuzzy, none of them showed up in the game. As such, I don't want to advertise that the languages are in when clicking them won't actually do anything. And I don't want to surface pure LLM translations. There goes my dream of learning Japanese through Skeleseller. Just imagine what Bone Mode could have been. Hey, Metrolex, do you have tech stack of the project written somewhere publicly? I'm curious what frameworks. And I'm not sure what the next word you're saying. Oh, tools. Yeah, it's just C# and Godot. There's no other thing involved. So that's the whole tech stack. Oh, unless you mean for all this. Okay, yeah, sorry. Tools, I guess, are other things. So yeah, for translations, for example, I'm using Weblate, which is this website. It's a community sourced translation platform. So people could go in here and click French and click translate and then say like, oh, hey, what is byte? And just type in the word and click save and continue. Then this is connected to Git and I can download the translations and put them in Skeleseller. So I'm using that. I'm using Copilot. I'm using, what else? I'm using some of the JetBrains tools. By the way, they never got back to me. I should probably follow up with them about the sponsorship thing. Because I actually do think it'd be a good fit. Follow up with JetBrains. All right, so this is done. Notes for CJK for later. All right, so I think we have an issue. If I remember the number, it's 1297, but I don't know if that's correct. Let's see if we can find it. 1297, 1279, that's what it was. I got the right numbers, wrong order. Localized for CJK. Okay, let's write the note here. Note, I disabled this inside of locale menu. I disabled CJK languages entirely inside the locale menu. And I guess another note, adventurer names and treasure opening progress. Probably needs special cases for CJK languages. Or not probably, just might. That's good enough. How early did you get started with using Weblate for this project? If you take a look at my journal here and just search for localization, which I'm going to do. I'm not saying you have to do this. But the earliest reference to localization was, well, at least in a contiguous block, like early November of last year. Started working on localization plan, research costs, AI capabilities, platforms, etc. And you could find the corresponding streams if you wanted to. But yeah, I only did it pretty close to launching. I think it was a lot of work. Took me an embarrassing amount of time to realize what it stood for. Yeah, for those who don't know, it's just Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. It's the East Asian languages that are most common for games, at least. What if the OS is in CJK? Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question, Mario. I guess it'll just use a different font, but it'll still show everything in English. Yeah, in fact, I don't know what's going to happen in that case. Now let's go figure that out. I'm going to give you a point even just for asking that question. Hey, Threefold, how confident are you in releasing your, or in completing your pre-release to-do list for the game? So I think the question a little bit presupposes the goal is to complete everything by doing it, but the goal is just to have looked through everything. So I'm dropping quite a lot of items. If you look at the issues that I have on GitHub, which you can't see yourself, but if you look through my stream, all the gray ones here are ones I did not do. So we went through 2 days ago and closed however many that is, like 8 of them. And then before this, closed another, what, like 10 or 15? So they're things that just aren't, they either don't repro or they're not worth doing. Right now, what we need to consider is what's going to have a large enough impact on people who play the game and just tackle those things. So to answer that question, I'm relatively confident. We have 20 days left, and I think the game is already playable and fun. And I look back at all these videos that other people did. I think this playlist is public. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made it public. Where do you, there we go. That's what I want to click. Okay, so this playlist is a bunch of people who played Scala Cellar. And a lot of them said that they had fun playing. And if you look at the times on some of these, it was like 7 months ago. The game has only gotten better since then. So that's what makes me think like we're not in bad shape. There's no glaring flaws right now. There's no features I wanted to get to that I didn't get to really. Maybe a couple here or there, but no big ones. Do I still have this copy pasted? No, I got rid of it. Can you defer issues on GitHub? You can just change their milestone, if that's what you mean. All right, so those notes have been written. So what if the OS is CJK? Let's go check that out. So this is, I never actually checked that in, huh? All right, well, I guess we can go test it. There's a local settings saver, and there's figure out first time settings here. We get the locale from this. And then we return a locale. So how about we do this? If locale data dot locale, you know what? How about we just try something here? Let's just say return locale dot Japanese. And then let's go delete my local settings. Save local RM local settings. And I'll just start the game up. I think it's going to be in a weird font. Well, weird font. It's going to be in the non-custom made font, Noto Sans or whatever. And yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, I think that's kind of a problem because also it does show Japanese there. It's kind of funny. Let me turn this down. Actually, maybe we want that. No, because I wouldn't have tested this, right? Yeah, okay. No, we don't want that. All right, so let's go fix that. If locale data dot locale dot is CJK, return locale data dot English. All right. So let's go test this now. We're going to set this to, we're going to set it to Japanese. Oh, you can't assign. Okay, well, can we just make a new locale data? You can't. required code of locale data. There's no argument corresponds. Okay, let's just do this. What is the... Oh, I see. It's something we made. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, that is a lot easier. All right, so code and name. I guess locale data isn't actually really needed here. Yeah. All right, I'm pretty certain this is going to be fine then. But I guess the only real way for me to test it would be for me to change my locale, which I definitely don't want to do while I'm streaming. So I'm going to rely on this. So this is in figure out initial locale. Yeah, let's go write that in the issue. And this is really good of Mario to have brought up. So open issues. Actually, it doesn't matter. I know it's 1279. Oh, there it is. I just happened to click that because it's the last updated one. Disable it entirely inside locale menu. And local settings saver dot that. Let's look at locale menu one more time. It was inside of this function, add buttons. Why do you use Google Docs? Wouldn't it be better to move to Obsidian? I have a command for that. It's kind of just that I share some of those notes publicly, or I might share them publicly and more in real time. Because yeah, I do use Obsidian for quite a lot. I've thought about potentially consolidating them, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel. Yeah. The other thing that's nice about Google Docs that I did not write in there is that putting pictures in won't make a file on your file system. So like this, I copy pasted in here. If I put this into Obsidian, it would make a file that I then later have to delete. And it's a little bit tedious to go through those, although maybe there's an add-on that'll find them for me. Okay, so I want to do this in two different places. I want to do this here and here, yeah. If you start the game and it would have detected a CJK language, it will instead set the game to English. All right, let's commit that. And let's commit this, which is kind of pointless, but it is remove unnecessary code. We were fetching a node for no reason. And let's publish this before I forget. Okay, where are we at now? Cover Codex's message from Discord. Yeah, let me go take a look at that. So Codex left this. Still seeing the issue. No idea what the deal is, but it's only with that specific pop-up dialog. Huh, I gotta watch this video then. Also not including the video, but you still can't use the back button. Oh yeah, okay. That's okay. Hey, thank you. I'm just getting to this now on stream. All right, let's go download this video. And hang on a second. Engage privacy mode. Let me make sure there's no... Let me make sure there's no audio here. Oh, you could still hear the system audio if I did this, couldn't you? Oh, I should probably fix that in privacy mode. Okay, give me a sec. There we go. All right, so here's the video. Oh, the virtual cursor doesn't work here for Codex? I'm guessing they're talking and I just have it muted. But still, I can understand from the video that must be the problem. I wonder if that happens for me. Let's go find out. Controller, where is the controller? All right, I got my Switch controller here. Let me turn that down. And then switch back to English. All right, so now if I... Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Is my hub being broken? Oh, man. This is so frustrating. I can't remember the last time I feel like I've had hardware break on me. I guess that mouse that I bought had the right click stick, but that was like a mechanical problem. It's probably just some like plastic rubbing against something. This is like the internals of the hardware don't seem to be working anymore. Yeah, I can't even use the controller. Is it working in the game? No. All right. Well, I might have a free USB-C port. Let me take a look. Hang on a second. Gotta get up for this. Okay, I do have a free USB-C port, but strangely enough, controller's just not working. Oh wait, it's got those lights at the bottom that are lighting up for some reason. Does it not realize this is plugged in? What's happening here? Is it... Oh, something just... Oh, nice. It worked. I pressed the button at the top, but I never had to do that before. All right, so the issue was that they went into this thing and then... No, they couldn't change the language. Oh, I can't either. Okay, well, that's the problem. Wow, that's strange. What's special about these? Maybe they're in a sub viewport or something? Even that probably wouldn't make sense. And then they also mentioned that you can't close this. Yeah, so there are two problems we got to fix. So you can't... Oh, and I should give them a point. Gift Codex DG. Nice. Didn't wash your shirt today? No, I did. It's my USB hub broke. And I don't have any more USB ports on my computer, and I didn't spend a lot of time looking into whether I can unplug something unimportant. Let me see really fast if I can. I guess I could unplug the keyboard cam and plug in my webcam instead. But I already started this way. He even showered today. You make it sound bad. Yeah, hi, Katie. All right, so you can't use the virtual cursor to click a language button through the settings, and you can't press UI cancel to close the available buildings menu. All right, very, very good. Oh, yeah, and I should edit this and say, I gave you a point. You're at 17 now. Okay. Strange for Adam. Strange. Usually he's a smelly slime ball. Okay, so why would you not be able to click this? What is special about these buttons? What's it called? Locale menu? We add a button and we have dot pressed on it. What else do we have to do? Virtual cursor. Because all this is doing is simulating a mouse event. Yeah. It's simulating pressing left click and then releasing left click. Is it happening in a sub viewport container or anything? Harvest slime. Yeah, you think it's the ad NPC in the game, but actually I'm that green blob creature. Pop-up. Oh, it's probably this. Oh, no. In fact, wait, wouldn't none of the pop-ups work if that were the case, though? No, let's not try changing that one. Let's try changing this one. No, this works just fine. So what's special about that? Smelly seller. It may have something to do with being in a pop-up menu. But the other two menus work. What could it be? Button container, mouse is set to stop. All this stuff is set to stop. What is it in the other one? Game settings menu? Like this thing? This has a mouse filter of stop. This is different. This is a menu button. No, so then they aren't in pop-up panels. So there's something special about this. Mode windowed? Oh. Yeah, uh-oh. It's something about this. This probably needs a script that's going to tell it to forward things. What is this? Does this inherit from viewport? It does. Yeah, that's probably the issue. Hey, Lammy. Well, it's probably that pop-up panel, which is its own viewport. I may need to forward something here. One thing I noticed the last few times I watched the stream, is there a reason not to offer numerical value input alongside the setting sliders? There's no specific reason. I feel like the numbers don't really matter too much for this because they're going to be different in every game. And also it's a translation from decibels to what humans would want as a linear input scale. So like if this were in decibels, yeah, you might want to set it to exactly like -6.2, in which case you might want a number input. But since it's a slider, you're just like, yeah, okay, that's too high or that's too low. It's just based on feeling anyway. Yeah, I don't know why I made this a pop-up panel. Like, why couldn't it have just been the margin container? I don't know what the reason for that was. But yeah, why don't we just delete this maybe? I have a single font applied to it, so if you don't have a font capable of rendering each language's native name. I guess percentage. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? Is that like 70% doesn't actually really mean anything to a player, because it's not like 70% in game A is going to be the same as 70% in game B. It also depends on what the actual like underlying .wav files are on average. And even then it's like you probably have like quieter music in some places and louder music in other places, or like gun sounds in some games. So yeah, it's just a feeling based thing. Now, with that said, we do have a number input for this game scale. This one actually does matter. So this one we have a specific number for. And I guess same thing for FPS. You can change this. Oh, that's not an input, I suppose. That's just an output. The input is a slider. All right, why do we have a pop-up panel? Why did we do this? I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. Can we just get rid of it? Can I just have this be a margin container that's right there? And then just delete this? We don't have any other changes, right? Yeah, okay, I'm free to experiment with this at least. So let's call this... Oh, it's got to be a panel container at least, not a margin container. Okay, so let's add in a panel container then. Although the margin container is probably given a panel background, is that correct? Theme override, constants. We don't have a theme here. Do we have a theme here? No. What? How did... Let's take a picture of what this looked like before I forget. So it had this scroll background somehow. I don't know how. Maybe the thing I just deleted had a theme on it. We haven't saved yet right now. So I can go into locale menu.tscn and search for theme. Yeah, pop-up panel did have a theme. And it was just for the panel. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. So I could just put this in here and then give this the theme that I wanted to have, which I don't know what it even is. Paper stack theme? I guess I could just look at this, right? External resource, scrollback.png. Scrollback.png is inside of... Strange. This is not in any themes. It's only in TSCN files. Okay, well then I guess let's just set that manually. Why? Well, let's add some buttons here. And another one, and say, hi. My name is Adam. Completely pointless. Okay. So I don't think it's this. This one? No. Dialogue? I mean, we could use this one. But I kind of like the scroll. I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, let's use that for now. Yeah, let's delete these buttons. And then get this to be accessed by a unique name and hide it by default. So now instead of pop-up panel, we're going to have a panel container. Doing the simplest things feels so needlessly complicated. I think some things are a little bit complicated still, but a lot of it, after you've gotten through the learning curve, isn't too bad. And I think if you look at what I've done in practice for this game, or I should say what we've done, I didn't make a ton of these UIs, but a lot of it is some kind of basic elements. There are a lot of HBox containers and VBox containers, and that'll lay things out vertically or horizontally. That alone covers probably 80% of your use cases that you have. And then like labels and buttons, those are pretty obvious. If you need a label, you put a label in. If you need a button, you put a button in. But beyond that, it's like, yeah, there's some panel containers and margin containers, scrolling when you want it. They're all pretty straightforward. Feels very intuitive. Yeah, the part where I feel like it's lacking, and there's a PR for this, there's no max size. There's just a minimum size, which is sometimes tedious. And I think event handling is sometimes just weird in Godot. It's like there are UI nodes and there are in-world nodes, essentially, like node 2D or node 3D. And how they interact is not always clear. I've gone through many different rabbit holes trying to figure out problems with this stuff. I think if all you have is one scene, it's not too bad. But then, yeah, there's some gotchas there. All right, so we get the pop-up container, panel container. There we go. So delete the pop-up panel. This can change into that. What else do we have here? Close requested. This isn't a thing we do anymore. All right, we got to allow for closing this. We got to make sure that actually works. Show, we don't need pop-up. We need some way of hiding it though. Yeah, I guess that. If it's visible in tree. And then set its position. I don't even think this should be necessary. All right, let's just see what happens. Does this work? Force update transforms when UI elements are hidden. Or yeah, get proper sizing when they're hidden. All right, so this is not working. That's probably not erroring. It's probably just not showing in the correct location. Where does it want to be? It wants to be just below the button. Maybe this is positioning it off screen, or that it doesn't have... Huh, what am I missing here? We don't need this anymore. All right, well, let's just put a breakpoint there and restart this. Just set the alpha to 0.0001. Give me some like person with hypervision. It's gonna be like, why is there a clearly visible dialogue on the screen? I can read all of the text on it. Also, hi, Kevin. All right, so this is the position we set, and then we get the position out of this, which looks like we're trying to set it to 9,0, because this is a very tiny number, but you can never really trust vectors in this for some reason. So let's just take a look at what it ended up being. No, it didn't change it at all. Well, that's bizarre. So 906,251, and it never runs again, and I don't see something at 906,251 because I don't see anything. There should be a dialogue on the screen. Where's the dialogue, Bart? Why did I have the bowl? Yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. Oh, whoops, you did? Sorry. Let me take a look at what that was. I like the GIF tuber vibe. Ah. I acknowledge you, Kevin. All right, let's just make these visible by default and see what's going on here. I feel like I'm doing something so basic here and I'm not figuring it out. Whoops. I need to click Discord. Finger slipped. Hey, there it is. So when I click this, oh, maybe it's showing behind the menu. Oh, there wouldn't be any way of knowing that. It's almost like clicking this hides it. Maybe closed menu is being called. It's only when you press a button that it calls it. So this shouldn't be getting hit. Show should be. Oh, I won't even be breaking in if I do this. Huh. All right, well, how about we just position it at 0, 0 and see what happens? Vector 2i.0. Yeah, I'll load it through here. Because, yeah, I wonder if there's a z-index problem. That's strange. Why did this... Oh my God, now I understand. It was at 900 whatever from this position. So it was off the screen in the bottom right. So when I set it to 0, 0, it actually showed up in like kind of a good location. So all we really need to do is just anchor this to the bottom of the button there. Which, how would we do that? Not like that. What is this? Is this a menu button? Because if so, that's the problem right there. No, it's just a button. Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't you be able to do this? What if we set it to that? Now I want it. I think I need to add another control above this. This is the kind of thing Kevin always did. But then I stopped acknowledging him. So I set this here, and then I set this to be here. No. What am I missing here? Oh, the control should have no size. But then why is this still in a weird spot? What is going on? What? What am I missing? There was some travel that was potentially going to happen the week of March 16th. When I was Boston, I was like, I don't think you understand what happens on March 17th. Skelecell is releasing. I'll quit if I have to travel. Did your boss clap? Was your boss like, round of applause for a star employee for recognizing priorities? This is all a test. You passed. You get 3 promotions at once. You're the new CEO, and he puts a party hat on you, gives you a $200,000 paycheck. Did that happen? Yeah, what am I missing here? Why is this not putting this where I expect it to be? And what is even positioning it based on? It's just in the middle of nowhere. This control is here. Then this control is based on that one. Set the anchor again after setting size to 0. Oh my God. That is not what I expected. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Zemikir. Okay, cool. So then that fixed this, and I can probably just set this back. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Great. All right, so now we can delete these buttons. Well, actually, I'll keep one of them in there. And I'll say delete me. Now let's go try that. Okay, so if I click this. Oh, that's strange. That is strange. There's still something wrong here with the positioning. Way to move for other reasons. I like your first story better. Hey, I'll twitch that. All right, so we need a way of closing this. I guess that's why I made this a pop-up menu, because otherwise you can't detect that you're clicking in the background there. Oh, this is a problem. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. I wonder if we could just forward events to this correctly. Yeah, so the reason I made this a pop-up panel in the first place is to be able to detect when you clicked outside of it. I tried to raid you 2 to 3 times, and every time it didn't go through. I don't know why. Well, thank you, Seshamara. I appreciate the intent to raid. Now, here's the real trick. You should say that to every streamer that you run into for an entire day. Like, hey, I had 1,000 viewers. I tried to raid you. Those would have been your viewers. And then just hope that nobody finds out. But I hope your stream was good. Okay, so here's what we could do. We could revert this and then try to get the pop-up panel way to work. But I'm not confident about that. Yeah, I'm not confident about this. Get stash. I don't know how you even do this. So we have a pop-up panel. Can we like change the window input? What is that? Emitted when the window is currently focused and receives any input. Interesting. Can we just like log this here? Event args.as text. Yeah. Is this getting input? Do I need to click Godot? I might need to. Okay, so I can do this. I'm using my controller right now. I should be able to use a controller, get to that menu, and then not do anything, presumably. Is it getting window movement? It is. Wow. Is it getting it already? No, it isn't. It's only when this is open. And now, I mean, I can't tell because it's getting motion because of the stupid lack of dead zone on this thing. Man. All right, let's just ignore joypad motion then. If event args is joypad motion, then print it. Whoops. It's supposed to be there. Because I want to see if it's getting a click event. It's just not doing anything with it. There. Wait, now it's printing mouse motion. Oh, interesting, because yeah, technically this is being translated as mouse motion. So it's not getting a click event when I press this button. It is getting the joypad button though. That's weird. Huh. That's very strange. It gets mouse movement, but it doesn't get the click. Is virtual cursor even working? Synthesize event right there. Wait, let's try that. I'll press it over here. It's not being hit. Well. Because this is unhandled input? And because the window's handling it? I wonder if we can forward it outside of the window so that it forwards back to the window. I don't know how we do that. Yeah. That's kind of crazy. So then this is probably not getting hit at all. That's my guess. Oh, it is getting hit. From what? Event as it probably mouse motion? Joypad motion. I'm thoroughly confused as to why it clicks. Oh, because of how pop-up menus work? Probably because of that. Oh, that's too bad. So we'll never get clicks here. Yeah. So I assume the pop-up panel is absorbing the click event such that virtual cursor unhandled input doesn't get triggered by that. Wait, that doesn't make any sense though. Hold on a second. I should be getting this because this is just cursor click, which is set to a key by default. Yeah. Hey, Schwartz. I don't know if I said that already. See the latest thing? Yeah, I know about that and the MISC debugger thing. There's something about mouse forwarding and pop-up paneling Godot, I believe, at the top. Not sure if I tripped or helpful at all. I saw something like that. Where is that? Oh, man. All right, let's just search for mouse in here. Oh, mouse pass-through poly. What even is this? Sets a polygonal region of the window which accepts mouse events. Mouse events outside the region will be passed through. I'm not getting a button press though. And then there's also mouse pass through here. If true, all mouse events will be passed to the underlying window of the same application. Property link works with native windows. I think this is a native window. I'm just going to click this and find out what happens. Mr. Kevin told you that you only need to handle positioning for pop-up. Are you reading chat from when I first did this? Are we blaming Kevin from like months in the past? Hold on a second. And to-do list at the time. Okay. I feel like input handling in Do is good. I don't really understand it, but looking at the docs, there seem to be a lot of layers every input has to go through. I think there are just some gotchas with it. I think it's good. I think there's like a couple of things that could be improved. So wait a second. I checked something. I can't click this now. Okay, here's what I don't understand. What is special about this button that I'm pressing? Because let me delete that property I added. Just turn that off for a second. Yeah, so what is special about pressing the right trigger? It's detecting every other key. Yeah, so if I put a button handler in here and I check to see if you press, I don't know, UI accept. Let's do that. And let's have it print out you pressed the A button and then get viewport dot set input as handled. Yeah. But when we press this, it doesn't say anything. You press the click button because they're just buttons. It's not like it knows it's a mouse click. That's my event synthesis that's doing that. So now we close out of that, I guess. All right, I would like to see this. Oh. What's happening right now? All right, so when I press A, oh, it's not getting detected. Oh, all right. Well, that answers that. No, this is unrelated. I thought virtual cursor was getting hit. It's not getting hit at all. So unhandled input. Okay, yeah, my bad. Virtual cursor dot unhandled input isn't being hit at all. This is probably because pop-up panel is consuming all input. There's probably a way to forward it. We have a propagating sub viewport container. Where's that? Here. And this has propagate input event. We might need this. In fact, let's go take a look at this. So in the locale menu, can we just paste this here? No. This only exists on a sub viewport. Oh, that's too bad. Godot propagate pop-up panel. Is that a thing you can do? Any child controls out of this, we stretch to fit the panel size. If you're making windows, see window. It's probably in here. I think what we need to do. Wait, why is virtual cursor working at all then? That doesn't make any sense. We're getting joypad motion. It's not that this isn't being hit at all. It's not being hit for buttons. Yeah. That's got to be the answer. Because otherwise, we wouldn't be able to move the mouse. So I click this, and now I put a breakpoint there, and it gets hit immediately. Yeah. So this event, joypad motion, I wonder if it's because we're getting is just pressed by event. Still not sure. It's like the last input layer before it goes through every other layer. Control nodes use GUI input. Yeah, although this is a new window, which is actually probably an OS window that's happening here. I'm not positive about that last bit, but I think you can set them to be that. So we're getting mouse motion, we're getting joypad motion. We're not getting button clicks. Do we need to do GUI input plus? I'm not sure. I'm also not sure what just controlled that. What made this thing hide? Pressing escape close this? What? It must know by default to have UI cancel close out of that. Close requested. What calls this? Emitted when the Windows close button is pressed or when pop-up window is enabled and user clicks outside the window. Signal can hide. Yeah, okay, great. It looks like this never gets hit due to this. Close requested signal not emitted for pop-ups. This was in 2023. What do I do? I mean, something we could do is we could detect a virtual click here and handle it. I'd be copying what we have in the virtual cursor. And we'd have to do all of this stuff, right? Starting viewport. Oh, I remember none of this being easy. And then set is mouse held. We don't need is mouse held for this. All right, let's make this public for a second. No, wait, we can't do that either. We need to pass it to the settings menu. I'm not even certain that would work. I guess we could just copy paste everything we have in here. What is starting viewport? The thing is, this window is its own viewport. So yeah, maybe it's just best to do GUI input on the button, like what Kevin said, and just listen for it explicitly over there. And this is the one case in the game we'll need to do this. But then why does this, I still don't understand why this works for regular pop-up menus. How did they do that? Where's the pop-up menu here? Here it is. It's one of these. I mean, this is a box container. Ah, there it is. Switch on hover items, filter mode. I mean, this is just a menu button that will open a pop-up, right? Yeah, opens a pop-up menu. So if this works, then there must be some way we can configure this. There has to be. Yeah, there has to be. All the other pop-ups do is make a pop-up. It's not a pop-up panel, technically. It's a pop-up menu. What's the difference? Pop-up panel. No, I think this is always broken because Codex reported this a while ago. The original report was from December, which we were definitely on the old version back then. So yeah, what's the difference between this and this? Pop-up panel inherits from pop-up. Pop-up menu inherits from pop-up. So they are two different things. So there's some important difference, and it's possible that I couldn't get these to work then because pop-up panel may do something that pop-up menu doesn't do. Seems better to use control nodes. So in this particular case, I guess we could pop up another entire like screen filling thing. But basically what I wanted is to be able to detect when you click anywhere outside of this. Well, I guess we forward the event anyway. So maybe this is stupid. Yeah, I mean, we already have our own like sort of pop-up thing. If I just make another full screen component and then show this menu right there. Yeah, I guess that would work as a fallback. What I'd love to see is how these configure the pop-ups internally, because there's probably some way we can change this, or maybe window or viewport even. We should always be able to fall back to a control. We're already opening menus that look like they're on top of each other. The other pop-ups are pop-up menu, which opens, I guess, which is a pop-up, not pop-up panel. Could be a key difference there that allows one to work but not the other. Huh. I'm still not really sure what to do here. We can't call this because we're not getting button presses. We get button presses when the other ones are open though, right? Like if I click this and then show this here. So I click this and I press A. Yeah, it says you press the A button. So virtual cursor is getting input when this thing is open. It is not when this thing is open. And I've got to figure out the difference. I don't see anything here that would control this, though. Yeah, strange. What's switch on hover mean? Close the menu button over there. Well, it'd have to be one of the things in here. I don't see anything. Always on top. Transparent, extended title, mouse pass through. What's that? If true, all mouse events will be passed to the underlying window of the same application. Didn't I try this? I tried this already. Yeah. Sharp corners, exclude from capture. Force native. No, I don't see anything else in here. This is its viewport. Maybe we could get its viewport and then forward things from that. Because this thing is a... No, it's not anything. Pop-up panel is the thing that I want. Locale menu. Okay, let's try this. So get node viewport. Wait, does that even make sense? It is a viewport. Yeah, no, it is a viewport. So then it would have the function if it... Yeah, it just doesn't exist. What else do we have in terms of input on this? Push, handle, window input. Set process is processing unhandled key input. So if I give this thing its own unhandled input, I need to make a script for it so it can inherit it. But I'd probably get all the joystick events there. Hey, Flare. I'm trying to think about this. I don't want to re-implement virtual cursor over here. But yeah, I guess the easiest thing to do would just be to put this on the buttons, right? Yeah. All right. Button.GUI input. So if event args.is action pressed, why is there no is? Oh, it's input. Is action just pressed by event. So this would be UI cursor click. Then activate its pressed. Emit signal. What's it called? There's some like set pressed. I guess I just want the signal. Can I just do this? Yeah, whatever. Let's just try that for now then. All right, does that work? I'm sorry to hear that, Flare. I took a quick look at your C# code that you shared. And yeah, I think card games have some kind of interesting properties about them. Still isn't working. Is this being hit? It is. So something's probably consuming this? Huh. That's strange. All right. Well, let's do this. If it's a button, then print it. Got from language button. All right, I'll try this and then I gotta probably take a break. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Okay, so we go to this and then I press a button. It doesn't print it out. It's because the window is still getting it. Okay, that part doesn't make any sense to me though. It's not getting GUI input. All right, I'll take my break and then we'll figure this out when I come back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again. Close the game. So the thing we figured out just before the break was that this is not getting any button inputs. Are these not added to the right place? Button container. Button container's under the pop-up panel, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I have no idea. Nothing would even control that, right? Is it being called at all? I think it's being called, yeah. Because I think it's getting called with motion stuff. Motion doesn't get captured by the pop-up thing. Yeah, here we go. So this is, yeah, mouse motion. So it just won't get button presses. Strange. Wait. What? Oh, no, that was mouse motion. Oh, because I accidentally pressed this? Yeah. Yeah, these button printouts are coming from somewhere else. Okay, well, I don't think this is worth fixing right now on stream. I am perplexed as to why this is happening. Maybe we should search for that. Pop-up menu. Button press. None of these seem important. Yeah, I don't see anything there. Maybe joypad. Joypad issues. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Huh. Strange. Yeah, very strange. Strange that I don't see this. Like, I'm not doing something so special, right? Yeah, strange. So the pop-up menu gets input and I can't forward it in any way? There's nowhere to forward or propagate. Maybe that's what we should search for. Propagate. Option button pop-up is displayed on a window. Transparent. Show flash of desktop. Persistent. None of this. Isn't this a pop-up panel? You search for menu. I don't remember what it is actually. Yeah, you're right. Pop-up panel. What did I write down over here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Puello. Panels bug. Running the program for a few seconds, everything works. After launching a scene, program does not allow renaming scenes. Seems unrelated. Pop-up is displayed, freezes, show flash of desktop. No, I don't see anything here. I wonder if I should make a minimal repro and see if I'm doing something wrong. I mean, this is already pretty minimal to begin with, right? We have a pop-up panel and we have some buttons in there. And I want to be able to activate these buttons with a joystick or a joypad. And this is just inside of there. Container, 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 container. Yeah, just regular containers. So bizarre. I just I just can't figure out what I'd be missing with that. This doesn't even mention, this is literally the entire documentation page for this. Pop-up panel is just not very special. It's just a pop-up that has transparent background and a style box for the panel. Which means it must come from one of these parent objects here, which would probably be one of these three. And even then, I don't really understand that. Like, why does pop-up menu work? Do they do anything special with input handling? I don't think so. Although maybe they do. This can only accept certain things. You can only pass in like labels, textures, probably buttons somewhere. No, just labels and stuff. I guess it's because they're all supposed to just be a list of things. And yeah, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything else that might be missing. Mouse. It's not even a mouse thing. It's just, it's an input thing. There is this handle input locally. What is that? If true, this viewport will mark incoming input events as handled by itself. Oh, is this true by default? Is this on? Handle input locally? Oh, this doesn't even show up there. I wonder what this is. What this default is. Automatically set this property to false. This is sub viewport container though. Okay, let's try this. Let's set this to false. I don't know if that's going to do it. No, it didn't do it. Is it getting the events now though? Yeah, press a button here. No, it's still going to the window. All right, I mean, I might as well just try this. Let's just set it to true and see what happens. I don't think this makes sense. But if we only have two options, I might as well just test that out. But yeah, I think we should move on. I've spent a lot of time on this. No, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything. Okay, that's too bad. All right, yeah, let's come back to this later at some point. I'll just file a bug. You can't use the virtual cursor to click a language button. I just investigated this, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. The language menu is the locale menu and uses a pop-up panel. It's what window input is getting joypad buttons, but the individual language buttons don't receive that same input. They just get mouse motion events and probably joypad motion. I didn't actually look at that. I don't really care if that's the case. I just need buttons. It's the same with virtual cursor. When the pop-up is open, it won't get button inputs, so we can't detect if you've clicked, well, if you pressed R2 to be able to synthesize a click event. I think the easiest path forward is just to do whatever I wrote here. Yeah. Fall back to a control. It could just be a full screen centered menu, just like whatever that thing is to begin with, right? Game settings menu. It would certainly be quick/easy. All right. Well, we'll fix that later. I don't want to spend a lot more time on that. Next up, though, seems pretty simple. The available buildings menu does not let you close it. We don't even have unhandled input here. It doesn't let you close it by pressing the B button. So override unhandled input. Actually, this might need to be input. Yeah, in fact, let's try that. I don't know if this is going to cause some weird ordering thing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Hey, Syntax, how you doing? Close button. We can check to see if, yeah, press to just hide. It doesn't even do anything else. And actually, maybe it should be GUI input. I'm not sure, but let's try that. So now if I press B on my controller, I should be able to close the available buildings menu. I'm going to use the mouse just to skip through this. Okay, we go open that up. And I press B, and it does not do that. Probably because whatever's handling that is going first. So maybe this does need to be input. At which point we won't know that this button is even... That the UI is open, so we need to check to see if it's visible first before marking this as handled. But I think it should at least work. Yeah, that works now. Yep, and the second thing I said is true as well. So we need this to be visible. Is visible in tree. Cool. That's it. Well, that was an easy fix. Yeah, I didn't expect this one to be hard. I should just test some edge cases with this. Like what happens when we open up another dialog. So I click new game. We go up to the buildings menu. I open up this. I press B. It closes that, then this, then opens the thing. What happens if I can't actually do that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about these ordering things. As long as you can close this menu, I think it's fine. Yeah, nice. This all works like how I'd expect. Which means you can also press escape to close that. Yeah, that's probably expected. Can you press enter to close this? You can, but it's only because it's activating this again. Okay, well, I'm still fine with that. So available buildings menu. This stuff we're just deleting. It's a crying shame. Allow pressing UI cancel to close the buildings menu. Allow closing buildings menu through controller. Okay. Okay, update the press kit, put pricing info in there. Yeah, let's go take a look at this stuff. Do I not have this downloaded already? Press kit, where you at? Press kit. Do I not have it downloaded? Oh, maybe I don't. Okay, well, let's go download it. ScaleSLR.com, press kit. Oh, wow, yeah, it doesn't have a number at the end. I downloaded this like 6 times, which is why I was just going to look for it in my downloads folder. Anyway, I brought this up the other day to someone, and they said I should probably have more stuff in my press kit, maybe more of the pixel art. They wanted all the different characters in here. It shouldn't be that hard to go get them. I also have more info. What's in this? Launch date, game development time, team size, AI disclosure. Okay, let's put launch price, $15 with regional pricing and a 15% launch discount. Yeah. Anything else that needs to be here? More info about ScaleSLR. I might as well just do that. Reach Adam on Discord. This is not a good way to say this, right? Adam learns. I'll just link the ScaleSLR Discord. Yeah. Copy this. There, that's perfect. Hey, LightGB. I'm excited too. I'm glad you got my email. How's everything going? How have you been doing? I see you've been doing a lot of group streams lately. Okay, so there's the price. Now add all 10 characters. Maybe add a boss or two and add a few items. Mostly just doing university classes. I hope it's going well. Man, I don't know what it'd be like if I had streams during university. Do you ever run into people like fellow students who recognize you from the stream? Oh, I guess you don't stream yourself. You stream a bee. So never mind. You'd have to be in a bee costume. They'd be like, hey, you look like a VTuber I know. All right, add all 10 characters. Yeah, I did some of this and I thought it wasn't really worth the hassle. But then someone asked if I could add some more of these. So I might as well add some more. We could just put in the entire sprite sheets. But then what I'm worried about is that anyone will just download this and then just start using them. I guess they could just take them from the game though, right? Like, is there anything stopping you from just throwing in all of these? Yeah, I probably shouldn't do it. How many are there though? 12 because of these two. So 10 adventurers. Okay, so I'll open this up. And we said we want to get a boss or two. Those are probably in monsters. What should we take? We can take the ones from the demo. Yeah, maybe the ogre and the dragon. And then what did I say? Some items? All right. I think it's more so they can be used in places. So just the ones that I'm looking at the camera is what they want. Yeah, I think that'd be okay. Oh man, I don't like the about affinity. I don't want this many tabs open, but you can't just middle click to close them. Yeah. And I can't control shift tab in the way. Oh no, I can actually do that. Is that always a thing? I don't remember that being possible. All right. Well, this part's a little bit tedious, but there's a slicing tool that we can use. Select the sprite with it. No, not that. Extract. Here it is. Add the slice tool to your toolbar. Draw a slice rectangle. See the slices. You can save them all individually. Yeah. So this is what I want to do. But where's the slice tool? Man, I do not like this. I don't like how you have to hover over this for a long time to see what this tool is. Like, I don't know this program yet. And I want it to be more friendly for me. Where's the thing I'm trying to find? There it is. Okay, so now we got to pull out the individual sprites. Where's the press kit? Here, how did I do this? Did I make it the regular size that they were supposed to be, or did I trim it exactly? Oh, I made these gigantic. That's why this was annoying. Okay, well, I could probably do that using ImageMagick. So for now, let's just get the sprites. Can I view a guide or a grid or something? So these are, what, 16 by 20. So how do we do this? Advanced. First axis, second axis. 16. How do you use the second axis? Two axis custom. Wow. I still don't know how to actually use this. Uniform, no. Okay, does that work? Did I just do something? Show grid. What am I doing? It's got show pixel grid on, but I want, maybe I set this up for snapping accidentally. Grid lines. I just want this bright red. Can I please see this? Yeah, okay. I've clearly messed something. Oh, there they are. When you're zoomed in, you can't see them? What? Why would they do that? Is that a thing that I set? Huh. Maybe it's because of this. I need to turn this one on. Oh, but that's pixel grid. I don't want that. I probably can't Command Z this, can I? Nope, I can't. Whoops. Well, this is annoying. Yeah, I don't know why they go away. But yeah, you have to zoom out to a certain level. And they show up. Okay, well, whatever. We can still use this. Okay, so there's the warrior. Now that we've already set the grid lines, this should be pretty easy. There's that one, the mage. Here's the rogue. Here's the cleric. Here is the paladin. The witch doctor. Archer. Golem. Spirit caller. And mushy. Okay, so now we should see a slice thing somewhere. I love this program. It's just so great, isn't it? How do we find that? Oh, there it is. General slices. Got it. Okay, so now we export all of these. And export them to, I don't know, somewhere in here. We'll figure this out later. Where's the press kit? Press kit. Pixel art. Export. Did it work? It worked. Okay, so I got all those. Now I want the bosses. So for this, let's do a different grid. Yeah, let's click this every time. 2-axis custom. So these are bigger. These are 32 by 40. And then what, we have to zoom out far enough to see them? No, I need to also show the grid. Yeah, which frame should we take? I guess it doesn't really matter. They're all kind of the same if you can't see them animated. I'll just take this one. Whoops, that's not right. I hate programs. I just want to code. How do you delete this? I don't know. Oh, there's a trash button. Okay, cool. So there's the ogre. Let's export that one. And then follow be overridden or, oh no, that's not good. I got to rename this. Okay, and then the dragon, same deal. I wonder if I can save this grid so I don't need to keep doing this every time. Is there save or export button preset? Create. Ah, yes, please. Except for I'm probably never going to touch this feature again after this. All right, let's create a preset and call it Skella Seller Boss Sprite. Category, graph paper, icons. Can I make my own category later? All right, there. Now I go to view grid. And then I zoom out and click this. There we go. Rename to Dargon. Export. And now items. What should we pick for items? Should probably pick something that actually shows up in the game, right? So maybe like a weapon, an armor, and a potion. Which armor looks the best? Let's pick that one. I got to do this again, but this time for weapons. This one can be standard, though. We can set this to 16. Uniform. Close and... What is it? Command backtick? That can't be right. Show grid. Command apostrophe. Okay, so slice out this thing. Maybe we'll do 2 of each. Oh, I don't want that. So there's a helm. Kind of want one of the cloaks now. Maybe this. And then a couple of weapons. Let's take this fiery sword. And Not a sword again. Maybe one of these axes. It's got to be an axe that actually shows up in the game, though. Let's go figure out which one I actually used. Because one of them is dropped from the mountain. I just don't remember if it's the one that it's got the wider blade or the thinner blade. It is the one with the wider blade. Okay. Good. So there are 2 weapons, our 2 armors, and now our 2 potions. Probably that and that. All right, cool. Now we name them all. Let's name them what they actually are in the game, which I think is Demon Helmet. Yeah. Demon Helmet. Whoop. Then what's this one called? This is like the Enchantress Cloak, I think. Enchantress Cloak. This is Fire Sword. I'll look these up in a bit. This one is probably Frost Axe. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. People are just going to use this for their thumbnails, right? This one is Big Life Potion. And this one, I think it's just called a Yellow Potion. I'm not actually sure. All right, export all those. What does the antidote look like? That's that one. I didn't want to include that one because then I would have to say that it's the antidote. Okay, so now we're going to make sure all the names make sense. Like I said, today's a tedious day. All item data. Big Life Potion. Okay, that one's correct. Chef Slime is fine. We've been capitalizing them like that, so let's keep doing that. Big Life Potion. All right, Demon Helmet we know is already right. Demon Helmet. Whoops. Dragon. Enchantress's Cloak. I don't think you can put an apostrophe in here, so I'll just call it Enchantress Cloak. Or even if you can, I probably shouldn't. Then is this Fire Sword or Fiery Sword? It is Fire Sword. Hey, Sir Anatona. Saw your game on Steam. Looks very promising. Love the idea. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the demo, but if you want to play it now, you already could. This one is Frost Axe. Is that actually what drops from here? Frost Cloak. Frost Axe, yeah. Yeah, we're getting ready for launch. There is a lot to do. All right, Warrior, Mage, Rogue, Cleric, Paladin, Witch Doctor, Archer, Golem, Spirit Caller, Mushy. And then the Yellow Potion is what exactly? I think it's actually called Yellow Potion. Yeah, it is Yellow Potion. Now, the final thing is, for this, we increase the size of all of these images. This is 330 by 390. And I'm guessing that's the size of this one too. No, weirdly. 330 by 430. Oh, man, I know what I did. Okay. Well, the question is, how much did we grow these by? Game, assets, characters, garbage slime. Size is 136 by 41. So each one of these is 34 by 41. 34 by 41. 330 divided by 34. It doesn't work this way. I roughly multiplied them by 10. And I think that's probably reasonable. If you were making a thumbnail, your thumbnails on YouTube are 1280 by 720. No, that would take up like half the size. All right, well, I'm not sure. So maybe we'll say adventurers, bosses, and items. All right, let's get all the items. Put those in there. We put 2 bosses inside of here. And then we should have 10 remaining, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, as I said that, I realized I don't have a slimes folder. Okay. So, I mean, if I gave someone just this is a very tiny graphic. So I do think we should bump these up in size. But how much? And maybe I should just write a note here about like how to use. Home, downloads, press kit, pixel art. How to use.txt. These are all pixel art graphics. So when changing the size, make sure to turn interpolation off or to nearest neighbor. Actually, I'm not even sure that's true about nearest neighbor. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. If we if we did this, yeah, and I just changed the size of this to be this times 2. No, that's fine. Or off if your image editor doesn't support that. This will make sure each pixel is still crisp. There. All right, so now I want to increase them by some amount. I said I didn't know how much. Like I said, we got a 1280 by 720 thumbnail. If you're throwing in an Archer or something, you probably want to take up a decent amount of the screen, and they're normally 16 by 20. So if we multiply them by 5, they'd be 80 by 100. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, so now we got to figure out how to do that. Let's go into adventurers and let's copy Archer to Archer backup.png just in case I mess this up. Now let's see if I already have an ImageMagick command that does this. It's probably this. Yeah, this is where I think AI is great because I don't want to figure this out. So yeah, let's just type this in here. Using ImageMagick, how do I resize pixel art from 16 by 20 to 80 by 100 while maintaining crisp pixels? It's probably just some super, yeah, there we go. Okay, great. Yeah, and this is exactly what I had. All right. So let's go try this. So the input is archer.png, filter point resize to archer new.png. Let's go try that. Now we open this folder and there's our new one. And yep, it's a lot bigger. Nice. And we open this in the, yeah, nice. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so now let's delete that and delete the backup and then do this with all of them. So I'll just do ls pb copy. And then we'll put this here. There's probably a better way to do this. I don't really care. I'm only going to do this like right now, and it doesn't really make too much of a difference. And we'll just save them on top of what they already are. So paste, great. So now we have larger graphics for all of these. Good. I don't want to do that for the other ones too, but those graphics are bigger to begin with. So we probably also want to multiply those by 5. But they were, well, I guess there's going to be 160 by 200. So go into bosses. And now rustle up some boss graphics. So this is going to be Ogre. 160, 200. And then same thing with the dragon. Okay, how do those look? Ooh, very fearsome. And then finally the items. Not finally, actually. There's more after that. Whoop. So this is 80 by 80. Nice. Love it. And that's it. And then the slimes are huge. I probably shouldn't have made them so big. Change size, make sure to set interpolation to nearest neighbor. Pick an even scaling factor. Or pick a... It's not even even. Pick a... How do I say this? Like that someone's going to understand. Half is a good scaling factor. This... It's not even... They're not even integers necessarily. I guess either divide or multiply the size by an integer. That evenly... No, this is stupid. Also, I mistyped dimensions. All right, well, I'll just leave it like this, I guess. Hey, not played your demo in a while? Did you update it with new stuff? I actually removed a bunch of stuff. So if you played it a while ago, you probably played more of a game than it is now. Like at one point, I realized I was giving away too much of the game for free. So it's probably not worth replaying the demo if you've already played it. But the full game has a lot more. And also, it does depend on when you played it. Also, the demo probably looks better than it did before. And it's got more features that you kind of expect. Like, it's localized to different languages, got controller support. The demo is actually not going to have achievements. In fact, Valve recommends that you don't have achievements for a demo. So I guess you technically could, but yeah, we have them in the full version. All right, so the only issue that I have is that these slimes are just some random size. And they're bigger than the other characters. So we should probably just go change that. All right, fine. I don't want to do this, but let's do it. So garbage slime and chef slime. And these are both the same in terms of dimensions, right? It was 34 by 31, I think. Yeah, sounds good, Maharaja. You plan on making your game compatible with Steam Deck? Yeah, it's already compatible with Steam Deck. In fact, you could try the demo on the Steam Deck to see if it'll run for you. I just made a bunch of performance improvements. I think it should run relatively smoothly. At the end of the day, just keep in mind that it was made for mouse and keyboard. So the way that you play with a controller, like if I hold this controller here, you're going to be moving a mouse cursor with your control stick. The nice thing about the Steam Deck is if you're playing in mobile mode, you can just touch the screen. Or you could use the trackpads. But yeah, otherwise, remember, it is kind of a mouse and keyboard game. Now, with that said, it's also kind of an idleish game. So if you find a bunch of items, you could just have your workers go take them for you. In which case, you don't need to do anything, right? You don't need to actually pick up the item because your workers are going to do that. So that's why I don't really think it's a problem on Steam Deck. Like, there's no time pressure in the game. There's no limit. You can't lose. So if you do just start one battle, like, let me do this really fast. Let's say we just started this battle over here. This is not how the game is intended to be played, but you could just leave this running for like 10 days and you'll just beat the game. So you could just not touch a single thing if you wanted to. And if that's how you feel like playing, then by all means go for it. So good at losing though. Yeah, there's no possible way to lose in this game. There's no way to even go backwards in progress, I think. And every once in a while, people don't know that. So, like, they go fight in another battle here, and they see a battle happening that they're going to lose, and they're like, oh, I better flee, because what happens if I need to rehire this adventure? There's no penalty for that. When you die, your character just says waiting for full health, and, you know, it just takes a little longer than if you had lived. So, yeah, very, very minor penalty. And if you're not paying attention to the game anyway, you wouldn't even see this, really. Yeah, it is definitely supposed to be very chill. So I did not want this to be a high pressure kind of game. 136. Let me just make sure I'm doing the math on this right. 34 by 45. Wait a second. This is taller? Oh, well, it's a good thing I looked at that. It is taller. So this is the garbage slime, and the chef slime is by 35, I think. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. I don't want to mess this up. No, 45. This is why we double check. Measure twice, cut once. And this one's 41. What am I doing? I'm just writing the wrong numbers everywhere. Turning brain on, mid-max mode. Yeah, I think there is enough stuff to optimize for people who want to take a look into that. And I don't think it exactly fits in with what you'd expect from other games. In some other games, you control the actual automation. You're putting conveyor belts down or something. You're making sure items go to the right spots. In Skeleseller, it's more like if you have items in your shop. Let me build the shops. If you have items in your shops and you don't want them there, you have to kind of just manually take them out. There is no item filter. And some people have been like, oh, can there be an item filter? Can I stop these bad swords from getting in there and only take the frost axes? And it's like, no, you can't do that. And I don't really think it's a problem. I think a lot of this comes down to the design philosophy behind the game. It's like if this were trying to be Factorio, this would be a huge problem. You wouldn't want to manage anything probably. But it's not trying to be Factorio. So yeah, without these guides, I think it's really, really hard to use this. But I really don't like setting this up every single time. And I have 2 more of these to do. So whatever, let's go figure this out. So this one is going to be advanced 2-axis 34 by 45, which should let us see just this. Which one's the tallest one? This one is. Let's take that one. Okay, cool. So just export that. And this will go into slimes. I got to resize that in a sec. And then the garbage slime. Where art thou? Where art thou indeed? It's probably in here somewhere. There it is. This one thankfully has a name. Okay, and the tallest one is the second graphic there. So let's set up the guides for this. Show grid, grid and axis. Cool, so this one is 34 by 41. And now slice it. Good. Export. No, rename first to slice 2. Now export. Whoops. Pop in and out sometimes. Gotta look productive. Oh, that's totally fine. I'm also at work. Okay, so we're gonna just delete the old ones. Chef slime.png and garbage slime.png. And then rename. Actually, we can just do this all at once. All right, so the garbage slime, we want to do. What am I doing right now? 45 times 5 and 34 times 5. So we want this and then 170 by 205. So we take slice 1, filter, you are the chef slime. And slice 2 is the garbage slime. Good. Then we can just delete those. All right, so chef slime and garbage slime. Yeah. All right, there we go. Well, that was kind of annoying to do, but we've done it. And now we can just zip this up. We got to zip it as exactly the same name, though. Okay, engage privacy mode. I need to upload this now. Give me a sec. This won't take very long, probably like 15, 20 seconds. All right, where is the press kit? That's a better question. I think it's there. Found it. So I just overwrite this. And now we disengage privacy mode. Okay, it should be online. Whoop, why did that? Oh. I don't know what it heard, but the word disengage contains engage. So yeah, must have heard me say engage and some other word like this, engage. So we've done all of this now. Now we just need to make sure that I did it correctly. So we go to skeleseller.com and click download and extract this folder and make sure that we have, that did not work. That's not good. Please don't tell me I didn't mess this up. Oh no. What have I done? No, this has all the right things in it. And then I zipped it and put maybe the wrong thing online. Cache? It could have been cached, yeah. Or I opened the wrong folder. Maybe just that. Okay, something unusual is going on because these are basically the same size. Oh, I guess it would have been the same size anyway. Maybe I did upload the wrong thing. How do I refresh this? Last upload time is February 25th. That's today, right? Yeah, that's today. Okay, let's just open an incognito tab and try that. So save as definitely new.zip. Now wait for it to turn white. Hello? Hello? Why is it so gray? Can I just click it anyway? Oh, I can. Hey, nice. That worked. Okay, great. So it's online. Yeah, I might have in the cache. Okay, so I don't need any of this stuff. Did you also make the sounds? No, I didn't make the sounds. I made the music and I made a lot of the game design and the code. But yeah, not the sounds. And actually, this is one of the things I was debating on doing. I've talked about, I want to put the soundtrack on YouTube, but I was also debating on making sheet music. Do I have, I think Sibelius was like disabled or discontinued for Mac, right? Sibelius Mac OS. Native support 2024. Something got discontinued, didn't it? Was it this? Has not been discontinued. Wait, really? Can I just open this? I paid for this a long time ago. Oh, I don't know if this is the paid version I'm about to open. Yeah, I was debating on making some sheet music for it. Ultimate trial. I mean, this is probably good enough. I'm not going to do this now. I just want to see, would I be able to do it? Well, it's taking a long time to load. Solo, where's solo piano? Solo piano, here it is. Yeah, neat. Yeah, I think this could be a fun thing to do. I'll write this down as an idea if we have some extra time. Because I have some other ideas that we could do. Things where it's like 2 days from launch and I'm like, I'm burned out and I still want to do something nice. Where is that though? Low priority tasks that are basically impossible to mess up. Yeah, this is good. Make sheet music for some of the tracks. I could just silently put this inside the game folder or put it on YouTube. Yeah, not all the tracks sound great on solo piano, but that's where I originally composed them, so I think I'd like to do that. But yeah, it's not super important. All right, update the press kit now is done. Update the release tool to spew fewer instructions at the end. What do we have here? Use GIFSKI. Yeah, so this is all kind of silly now, right? So what does it say? Go to the build URL, put it on there. Don't show it on screen. Yep. That's all fine. Post any announcements. Post on Steam. Consider making it a regular update so it shows. I don't think we need that. You're titling it with something interesting. Consider adding pictures or any visual changes. Post on Discord. Yeah, I don't need any of this stuff anymore. I think just that's probably good enough. And now it won't spew out a whole bunch of instructions. This is what it looks like. It's just a large blob of stuff. Oh, you know what we could do? We could make the links blue. Wait, why aren't... Oh, links are underlined by default. I was going to say I can make them blue by default as well. I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, let's just reduce verbosity of release instructions. Yeah, good. All right. So now where are we at? I think it's look through GitHub issues again. Unless I have something at the bottom of this list. Do I? No, I don't. Wait, what's that doing there? Oh, this is supposed to be deleted. Yeah. Move our TRES files to the assets folder. This is something that's always bugged me, and I think it's super fast, so let's just fix it now. This is going to cause a pretty big change, though. So we have fonts. We have resources. I guess it go in here. Themes. Oh, we already have a themes folder. Why are... That's strange. Why don't we have all of our TRES files there? They're currently inside of scenes resources. I want these somewhere else. So move all of these to assets, resources, themes. Move. Famous last words. Hey, Pige. Not in the credits for Steam store page expert consultation. You know, I was just thinking about this the other day that I am grateful that you helped. Actually, the other day was yesterday as I was walking home from my haircut, which you can't see because my camera's not working because of my hub. Yeah, I'm really glad you helped. So thank you. There's something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I started watching your video on High Guard, and here's why it's not for me. No, actually, I liked it well enough, and then I think at some point you started explaining how a certain game mode worked, and I just tuned out. But I want to finish it at some point if I can. I liked it. I like your scripted content that you have. So yeah, I think you've done a good job. Last 2 weeks would be more marketing or just last minute fixing? Just anything that needs to be done. So yeah, some last minute fixes. Yeah, probably more marketing. I might do some fun stuff. I hope to do some fun stuff. All right, so this might work, but we got to take a look and see if anywhere in the code tries accessing this from a path that now was changed. This should be easy to do because we should be able to search for this in just .cs files, right? Yeah, so as long as it doesn't show up there, I think we're fine. Let's go take a look at any others. Get status. Sorry, what I mean by scripted is it's not like a 20-minute continuous take of you just talking. Like, presumably you at least planned out the beats of, okay, I want to talk about this point and then this point, and then, yeah. I guess instead of scripted, I meant like there was an overall purpose. Yeah. All right, so I only care about the TRES files here, right? Yeah. Wait, deleted a bunch. Oh yeah, they're just moved. All right, so that was basic fonts. Now we got to look for this. Buttons. Actually, we could search for TRES in any file and just see if it's there at all. It is in a couple places. Interesting. Font switcher res/controls. Yeah, this is going to be wrong. Because this was moved somewhere else. To here. Assets, themes, whatever. Yep, this is exactly what I was saying. We had to be careful about. Anything else? This one. And is that it? Yeah, basically we should never see res : / and then how do I search for this? /w plus /.tres. Yeah, so we paste that over here. So that does not exist anymore. If I had not changed this one, it should have found it, right? I need to make sure the regex actually worked. It did. Okay, good. Whew. Cool. So I think that fixes it completely. But let's test those last couple places that we had. Font switcher, which does what exactly? Update based on locale. Okay, yeah, sure. And then locale menu, which should also be fine. Okay, let's go try this. And I can close out of this. You don't use resources at all? We do, yeah. Technically, I think most things you use are resources in Godot. I forgot what their explicit definition is of it. So we just click this. That all looks good. And then there's one other place. It's when you switch fonts. So I guess we just need to change languages. But there's no changed font here because that's only for the East Asian languages. And then where are the last two places? No, that's it. So yeah, as long as the game looks good now. Yeah, I was just sick of, in our root folder, we had a whole bunch of extra files here, and now we don't. Whoops. Wait, how do you disable this? There we go. Yeah. Now this looks pretty clean. Okay, so let's check all this in. Move.tres files out of the root directory. This was pretty fast to do and had always bothered me. It's not a functional change. This moved. Interesting. Okay, we should probably finish testing this. I'm going to go take another quick break because an ad's about to start. Could be a nice feature, taking even workers' items. I'll comment on this when I get back. So yeah. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. Yeah, we don't need to see the rest of Repressal jumping, right? We don't need to see him finish the game. Close the game. All right, so yeah, I can respond to this Molback. So played the demo, was one potion short of upgrading. So this, taking it to the farm, you already do have a control, but no one ends up reading this, unfortunately. So this extractor training has a note at the bottom that says click the lever on the side of the extractor to control this. So if you saw a worker taking a potion over to the extractor, you can't take it from them, but you could just turn this off and then they'll bring it to the shop. And if you turn this back on, they'll bring it to the extractor. So that's what this thing does. The reason I don't want you to be able to take potions from the workers is because they can eventually move very fast. So I don't want people being like, oh, I'm trying to click that worker and they're like following it all over and it's just really hard and frustrating. So yeah. All right, this default bus layout. We already had this here. I got to make sure this is still working. Let's restart the whole game. I must have already had it running, right? So that's the correct bus. We need to, oh, wait, we can just test it all here, can't we? Yep. 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 And then battle sounds, I guess we can't test here. And town sounds. So battle. Let's get the rogue. They make more sounds. Yeah. Cool. And then town, I'm not even going to test. If the other ones are working, this must be working. Because it's all in the same file. All right, let's commit that. Konami code to open the debug menu and grant all the things, right? You can already edit your save files, so you could just do that yourself, I guess. But getting access to the debug menu, I do kind of wonder, like, should we allow that? Would that be fun for people? It'd probably be fun for like a very small amount of time. So I'll just leave people to edit their save files if they want to do that. All right, so this is not a thing anymore. All right, so the to-do list is down to 10 pages, which, believe it or not, is short. What's on the roadmap that we have? Add a couple more perks, stabilize and fix bugs, finish pre-launch and launch tasks. So we're not on the week of the 16th anymore. I do want to work on something fun. So yeah, how about this? Here's a thing that I really, really like. We've got a couple of different things in the game that are unused right now. One of them is this. Well, let me load this in a way you can actually see. Well, we have a few different ones, I guess. All right, let's close out of all this. Close all. Don't save. Okay, so we have a bird. We have some animated weapons. We have the explorer's hut. We have, oh, a little snake buddy. And then we have the goblin character, which I think is here. Okay, now let's close this dialogue. And let's look at those graphics. Where is Affinity? Hello? There it is. Okay, so there is a character with 4 different walk animation directions. And this is a little goblin character. I really like the look of this character. So we have the goblin character with walk animations. We have a little snake buddy. Snake buddy with walk animations. That's also very cool. We have the explorer's hut. We have 4 animated swords. And we have a bird with just a facing right. Idle animation. So I think something like this could be just a pet you get, maybe. I don't know what they would do. And that's kind of what I wanted to figure out, is what functional thing might some of these do, and ideally without even coming up with strings. So the goblin, for example, one of the ideas that I had was you might see them in a battle. Maybe they're there in the background somewhere. And if you click them, they enter your town and they go buy an item. just one item. They just immediately go do it. So it's like making a sale, a guaranteed sale. I mean, all of your sales are eventually guaranteed. I don't know if it'd be fun. I don't really think so. And I kind of want something a little bit more impactful than that. Like, yeah, imagine there's a little goblin character there and you click them and they just walk out of your portal and go buy a sword or something. And then, I don't know, disappear or walk out of your town. So I want to brainstorm this a little bit. Thinking about the goblin first. So anything about the character that stands out here? Here it is. Because something else I want to be careful about is I don't want to drastically change the progression of the game. So this shouldn't upgrade your shops or something like that. It should be a minor boost at best, or just something fun or funny. The goblin has walking animations, so it should probably be something in your town. Must be an engineer. Must be. I mean, let's cheat our way through this a little bit. I guess the other thing is that they could maybe create items, and maybe that's what they do. Maybe they walk around your town and eventually produce items. You may not want this, though. Oh, maybe they just harvest crops. Or maybe they collect fish. Yeah, you don't have any sort of auto fishing in the game right now. It actually might be something appreciated if every once in a while you found a little goblin character and your pond, which had, a ton of fish at the time, it just went over and like cooked them for you. That could be kind of interesting. Although if we did that, we'd probably want to change auto fishing in bone mode because we have a perk for that, but it just pulls them out of your pond. I guess auto fishing could be in the form of a goblin, but then we need to reword a bunch of stuff too. We have an auto fishing perk already in bone mode. We don't mention a goblin for it and would probably need to. Yeah, I kind of want it to be, ideally, I don't want there to be a new string for this. So it should do something that the player can observe happening. And something, so people who look around the whole map, for whatever reason, a lot of people end up seeing this. And they're like, oh, maybe that's going to be something in the future. It is not something, and there were no plans to make it something. It was just aesthetic decoration on the map. But it could be something where like the cursor changes when you hover over this and you click this, and yeah, the little goblin comes out and then like walks its way through the trees over here. But like I said, what would that do? And if you knew that it was always there, wouldn't you just always click it? There was another idea that we had with item bags. I forgot about that. Yeah. Item bags. Where is that? Harvestable or something like that? I think this one could be fun to do too. Yeah. The idea here was that instead of just finding like apples in your town, you might find a little bag in the forest here and you click it and an item is now on your cursor. So it'd be very straightforward what that thing is doing. You're getting an item. And if you don't ever want those kinds of items, you just don't click the bags anymore. Gives you a free upgrade or something. And like I said, I don't want to affect the progression of the game too much. And some of the upgrades are pretty expensive and you need to know that it gave you that upgrade. You need to know what the upgrade does. You might not want that upgrade, or maybe yeah. So I do want to be careful at that. I think something like harvesting crops from your farm. First of all, your workers already go and do that. So you don't really need a goblin to do it too. And you eventually get a spell that lets you harvest them even faster. And it makes them grow faster too. So yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else? We could make use of the employee discount thing. Maybe the goblin buys an item from your warehouse or from the ground. Even that might not be desirable, though. It could be, okay. Maybe they're a rare customer, and when you click them, they drop an item. And they're the only clickable customer. So like imagine that's a goblin. You click it and like an item pops out of them. Well, I mean, imagine like that potion dropped from that character. Be like, oh, cool, 21 gold. I don't know. I think that sort of thing could be cool. Feeds him an item he would eat anyway, but for bonus gold. It'd be actually kind of funny if the goblin, I don't know why this would happen, but if it just walked into the garbage slime and you saw the garbage slime be like, I don't know, plus 50 gold. It's just eating goblins for money. But I don't know what that implies. Yeah, this clicking them and they drop an item is actually kind of interesting. In fact, they could sort of hide in your town. Like imagine if they walked around and then they paused here. And you can't really see them because they're behind the tree. Or we make sure that there's like a few pixels visible. And then they walk around and they hide over here. I think that could be kind of neat. Hey, sad customer, playing the demo right now. Definitely feels weird that there's not something happening when clicking on something in the map. When you say something, what is the something? There are a couple of clickable things. Or do you mean on customers? Because part of the reason I didn't want you to ever have to click on customers because you can eventually make them move very fast. Like the upgrades you end up getting, this is their normal movement speed at some point in the game. And then you end up getting this and it speeds up to this amount. And I didn't want players who might have some accessibility issues to be like, oh my God, I gotta click that customer, but they're trying to click it and it's moving too far. And yeah, so I don't want you to have to do it for anything. I recognize that some people just want some like flavor text or like, what are you thinking about sort of thing. But yeah, I kind of like this idea of a goblin walking around and then hiding. Kind of like the idea of a goblin walking around your town and hiding behind trees and then dropping some cheapo item when you click them. Hey, Rusius. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. ATCap and Idleloop. How's everyone doing? How's the stream? I am working on a game called Skeleseller, which we're launching very soon. Oh, hey. I was just reading the old chat messages here. Coming from TCAP Con. We need blood feuds in game dev. How soon is soon? 20 days. So it is, what, February 25th? Yeah, March 17th at 9. I think it's PDT still. No, it's standard time at that point. Yeah, 9 a.m. PST. That is very soon. Yeah, how are you doing? What were you streaming today? We are trying to come up with some ideas that will just delight players that are not necessarily like super game changing. So imagine if we gave you 100,000 gold, like that's gonna just trivialize the game for you. But if we give you things worth, 5 or 6 gold here and there, like, okay, that can be fun. It's a nice little thing to discover. And the idea that I had is that we have this goblin graphic that we're not using for anything right now. It'd be kind of cool if we just put it in the town. It walks over the bridge and then it's gonna hide somewhere. Like maybe it hides behind this tree. Pretty much it would just hide behind one of the trees somewhere. And it wouldn't be like invisible when it does that. It'd just be a little bit obscured. And if you see them and you click them, it drops an item or two. And maybe we can even figure out what item it should drop. Maybe just one of the ones we haven't used before. I think it should be something special that only they drop. Or they could just give you coins outright. Because, no, yeah. Well, oh, no. If it is a special item, we need to translate it. We don't have translations for any extra items, I think. Tiny 2D dungeon crawler thing. Oh, nice. Is it for a gem? Is it for a full game? Is it just for fun? Do you want to link anything? You drop an item becomes more valuable. We could do that. I don't want it to get too out of control here. And I don't think you'll see the goblin too frequently either. I just do coins for now. Can always update or change it later. Man, I do like the idea of it dropping items. But yeah, it could be coins. Okay, so could just drop coins. Well, I can't drop coins. I could just give coins when you find them. Just for fun and learning. Not very far along. Not really much so. Okay, well, I hope you're having fun doing it. Guys, yeah, I think game dev is really cool. I realized the other day, I bounced around in tech quite a lot. I've done a lot of web dev. I've done a lot of game dev. I've done a bunch of other like sort of corporate dev. And I think game dev encompasses almost everything you could do. And then it's just a question of what do you want to do. So for example, if you wanted to work on networking, you could make a multiplayer game, right? And if you don't want to, then just don't make a multiplayer game. Same thing with 3D or for storytelling, music, sounds. You could touch pretty much the whole aspect of the whole range of what a computer can do. So I think I want to stay doing game dev for a long time. Who is your graphic designer? How'd you find them? So the main person to make graphics for the game is Quickie Joe. And how I found them is... Wait, let me find out. I think it was back in the Botland days, but I can't actually confirm that now. But anyway, they were just a viewer in the stream. And they still watch the stream. And I still really appreciate their work. Why not do 3D multiplayer corporate dev? That's a SaaS, software as a service. It's 3D multiplayer. The players are the customers. Yeah, I don't ever want to go back to corporate development. All right, so I like this idea. I want to write this down. So, delightful stuff. The goblin can be a special entity that enters your town every once in a while and just hides behind a tree. Then goes and hides behind another tree. If you click them, if you click them when they're in your main town area, they'll give you some money or maybe drop some cheapo items. Or maybe just drop a random item that you've seen. Then they can scurry away. Yeah, I think this would be easy enough to code. Yeah, I like that idea. I do like the item bag idea as well. It's very similar now. The item bag idea was that just somewhere out there in the woods, you'd see an item bag. You'd click it, and now an item would be on your cursor. So imagine I click one, and now I have this like armor item here. And I'd be like, okay, let me bring it to the shop. And I do, and it sells. And it feels a little bit redundant with the goblin thing now. Although the goblin thing would be less frequent, maybe. What did I say for the items? What would it give you? It'd be one bag that spawns a random place every minute or so. It'd be outlined on hover, but have no tooltip. Clicking it would put an item on your cursor. Right-clicking it would drop it on the ground. It'd be tracked by something that skeletons can't access. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll write this down. Item bags. All right, we have some animated swords. I don't think we can realistically use them for a couple of reasons. One, our items aren't set to use animated sprites. I think it'd be a little bit annoying to get them to work like that. Two, they look very similar to items that are already in the game. And they're the only animated items, so they kind of stand out. And then 3, we don't have any strings for them. So unless we are using it to replace an item in the game, and like I said, we'd have the other issues of we don't use animated sprites. You know, there's an idea from the old Banjo-Kazooie games, I guess, because Tooie did this too. But there was an ice key in this game, and you could get this, but it had no purpose whatsoever. Or wait, could you get it? I don't remember, actually. Ice key, entering the code will dissolve the wall, allowing the player to access the key as no apparent function. Yeah. Yes, I had a plan to use this in the second game, and they just never did that. And there were some other little things you could get to in that game. I almost wonder if we should do something like that. Like, you can find these 4 legendary swords, and they just don't do anything. I think it'd be a huge letdown. Because even back then in Banjo-Kazooie, it kind of violates player expectations to have this thing that you puzzle out and you finally get, and you're like, wait, it didn't do anything? And they had a plan to at least use it, but I wouldn't have a plan to use these. It would just be like, have you collected the swords? And there's no real puzzle element to the game, so I don't know how you'd get them. Although I guess it could lead to an achievement. Maybe getting these could lead to an achievement. I don't know how you would get them, though. Gotcha. Was the key in Banjo intentionally left in? Yeah, it was intentionally left in. They had some idea where this is my understanding of what they thought could happen, which is that you would take out the cartridge for Banjo-Kazooie, and the N64 would still have some values in RAM, and it would know that you had this ice key, and then you plug in Banjo-Tooie, and it could read from RAM that you had it from Banjo-Kazooie. But I think it cleared like very fast and unreliably, so they couldn't do that, so they just couldn't use the idea. Do we have a grinder for weapons? We do not, no. We only have one for armor items. Okay, so let's say we did want an achievement. Let's say we call this like the legendary swords or something like that. How would you get these? And what would you do with them? Because there's nothing in the game that's all that challenging. Maybe it's through other things that would have been achievements, or even still could be, but you get all 4 in one game. So, e.g., satisfy like 15 customer demands in a game. You'll probably naturally do this anyway. Maybe it'd have to be a number that we test and find out is like slightly higher than what you normally do, so we know that you tried to do this. Super rare drop from one of the areas. Yeah, I think this kind of highlights a problem, which is we could make it a rare drop, but then you just know about this ahead of time, I guess. Because if you found out, okay, the volcano drops a rare item, you would just do this. You'd be like, all right, I'm going to send this group of characters over to the volcano, and this group of characters to the volcano, and this group. And you'll very easily win all of these battles, and now you'll just leave the game running forever. And eventually you might find that legendary sword and be like, oh, okay. You probably wouldn't even be at your computer. So I'm not super thrilled about this sort of thing. Yeah. All right, now we also have the Explorer's Hut. This was originally for you to be able to find out more about bosses. And anyway, now we just have this graphic, but we don't have anything going on with the graphic. I mean, we could make a building, and we could put a bunch of strings in the game that say the Explorer's Hut, but I don't have a function for it still. Collects 3 separate things from separate places that allow you to forge a legendary sword, which unlocks the final boss you can't beat otherwise. Yeah, I don't really think it's fitting in the game. That's all. For one, I don't want there to be like secret knowledge that you need to get to a like a fun functional thing. Like a final boss beyond the real final boss sounds kind of cool. But you would play the game and just be like, okay, cool, I'm done with the story mode, and not realize, oh, there's another final boss. But even if we got you to that other final boss, I'm trying to think if it'd be fun, and I'm leaning toward no, just based on how battles work in this game. Also, we need a lot more artwork for that. We need another boss graphic and another like instance, and so I'm leaning toward not using these. I think the issue with using these swords, well, issues, we have no other animated items in the game, so these would look very special or out of place. We also don't have code to handle these. Oh, that part. Oh, yeah. What else? These are just for swords and not for other item types. Hey, Ganyo. Yeah, I think this just dropping as a rare valuable item could be something decent, but I don't think it's worth doing the work for it. Very tiny chance of clicking a sword and changing into a legendary. I just don't think it'd be obvious that that's even what happened. And would it make sense? Like, you click this sword and it's animated all of a sudden, you'd probably just think it's a bug. So it'd need to be some string saying like legendary item, and you'd be like, well, just by clicking it. I think it'd make more sense if a rare item, like instead of getting these, there was a 1% chance to get it out of an instance. And then we just rebalance the loot such that we expect you to get it 1% of the time. And even that, I don't think would be probably super interesting. I'm leaning towards not using them. Hey, EN9. Everyone has a bad hair day. Don't need to shame about it. I am having a good hair day. My USB hub pretty much died, and I got to get a new one. Or figure out what's going on with the Steam saves on Linux. Yeah, and I'm mad about it. You know what the problem was? It's just a Linux problem, and it's fixed immediately by having access to the release version of the game. So like Blub was hitting this, I gave Blub a release key, and all of a sudden Blub was no longer hitting the issue. And I know why this happened, and I filed a bug on Valve itself. Where is it? Yeah, here. I wonder if they respond to this. They haven't. Yeah, Linux uses incorrect directory when shared cloud is enabled, but target app is not released. And they mentioned some things in their docs about this, but it's just not clear. So yeah, this is just not an issue worth looking into, because it'll all be fixed in 20 days by me just launching the game. All right, what about the snake buddy? Actually, the goblin could be a vendor of the snake pets. Like, they show up to town and you can buy a snake pet. And then the little snake pet just walks around town. It's actually, I kind of like that. I really, really like this graphic though. So I want to put this in the game somehow. Yeah, I really want to put this in the game. I think it should be after you beat the final boss though. Definitely be able to get a snake pet after beating the final boss. How should you unlock them? It'd be kind of funny. Like, one option would be Gil, the guild master, says, I have a snake pet if you want. And then it says, like, it's some ludicrous amount of money. Hey, Half. So option 2, we could just give this to you. It just shows up, slithers around your town. Yeah, that's it. Just shows up and slithers around your town. Actually, you know what? It'd be kind of cool to put a reference to the game Snake, and it seeks out apples, eats them, and gets a small speed boost. Then, yeah, then goes back to normal. I kind of like that idea. Let's close these windows. Yes, like you could walk to here and then eat this apple off the tree. It's so pointless, but it's kind of funny to me. All right, so the snake pet can show up after you beat the final boss. It slithers around town slowly and automatically eats apples from trees as long as they're close enough. Hey, Fern. I might seem like I'm locked in because I don't have my face cam on, but I mentioned this earlier. I think my USB hub is just dying. Like my speakers aren't working, my camera's not working. I don't know why the monitors are working. Play a round of tic-tac-toe with you. Yeah, the hand camera is connected directly to my computer. So I could swap the hand camera for my face camera because they'd both use one USB slot. But I'm using all of my... Wait a second. Do I have... Hang on a second. Maybe I have an adapter. Aha. Aha. I have an adapter. Okay, so hang on. Let me see where... give me another sec. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I am trying to plug this in. Okay. Let's turn this on. Actually, hang on. Before I do this, let me go to a black screen for a second. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I know the screen is black. Is it working? Can you see me if I do... Wait, hang on. I know it's not working yet. I'm trying to find out where... Huh, that's weird. It should have been working. Hang on, it's going to go to a black screen again for a sec. Oh, I see what I have to do. Okay, hold on. Let me do this first. No, that still didn't work. What is going on? Why is this happening? I picked the right thing. Huh, that's strange. Maybe if I unplug this? Try. All right, is that working? That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. You just have to deactivate and reactivate. Yeah, I did that already, and I usually had to plug it in. Huh, I wonder if something else is broken here. Although, why would my speakers also have broken? And my monitors were flickering. I'm pretty sure it's a hub thing, but now it's plugged into the computer. I wonder if that USB adapter is, I don't know, limited in some way. Let me try this one more time. I don't think it's going to do anything. No, it's just dark. Huh. Strange. Oh, well, that's too bad. Yeah, that's too bad. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I gotta look into that. I'll probably just need to buy a new USB hub. Okay, so I think the only other question here was, is there a better way of giving you this little snake pet? And when you beat the final boss, is that when they should just show up? Because they'll just go into your town. You won't even probably realize it. And there's no real benefit to having them. Well, I guess if we're going to eat apples for you, then it might give you an achievement. This may give you the apple achievement without you realizing it. I still kind of like that idea. So what remains? There's the bird. Where is bird? Here is bird. So we have idle animation facing left and right, because we can just invert this. But what do we do with the bird? I think one of the issues is we don't have any flying animations. Excuse me. And we could get one, but we could make one, I mean. But I don't really have any ideas about this. Yeah. I think it'd be strange to have a bird graphic and then not have it eventually fly away unless these showed up in battles sometimes. Because there, they only need to face left and right and they wouldn't need to move at all. But what would they do? So like, let's say you're in this battle and there's a bird just chilling over here. I guess you'd try to click it or something. But then what would happen? Maybe it heals your party. But then it'd have to just disappear. I want to try something. Let's add an animated sprite. Only the apple next to the farm would be accessible. I know what you're talking about, but I was thinking even when it's just like here, it could just eat it off the tree anyway. It doesn't need to be super close. And same thing here. It'd be like here-ish and then just pull it from the tree. Okay, I wanted to try adding in the bird graphics. Just seeing what this looks like. They kind of look like they're hopping. I mean, it could just be another thing that enters your town. Maybe you have to beat the phoenixes. Okay, I kind of like that idea. Oh, they don't have a walk up animation, but they could just hop upward still. Maybe. And then we just flip this when we need to. And we put it upside down. I think what was not intentional? What do you mean? Maybe the bird is just another pet that walks around town. Maybe after beating the phoenixes. What would it do though? The snake would eat apples. The hopping? Like one frame was moved by accident? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Oh, it does look kind of cool when it's hopping. So whether or not that's intentional, I think this still looks natural. Although it'd be moving too, I guess, if it were hopping. And we could actually even make its locomotion be based on hopping and not based on walking. It deposits some seeds. Well, I'd want the bird to do something different from the snake, especially because I think the snake eating apples is very fitting given the game Snake exists. I don't know what the bird would do exactly. Yeah, I don't have any great ideas. I mean, you could have it be something based on items. Maybe it hops over to one of the items on the ground. Like it finds a potion and it just like eats it. Then dies. Potions are not fit for bird consumption in this game. Yeah, I don't have any great ideas there. Or here's another kind of stupid idea. It combines something that I said earlier, like the bird could just hop around town, just walking around wherever. But when it walks too close to the garbage slime like sucks it in, cooks it, and you get plus sludge. Okay. It'd be kind of funny and stupid. Maybe if it walks too close to the chef slime, I think I said garbage slime. The chef slime, it gets cooked and gives plus 50 sludge. It's so stupid. I actually really like this idea. Oh man, I think we're gonna do this. So add the bird as a creature that wanders around after beating the phoenixes in story mode. Yeah. If it wanders too close to the chef slime, it gets sucked in and then cooked for 50 sludge. Hey, Maya. Yeah, no cam because of technical issues, not because of how I look today. All right, I like these. Are these fun enough? Are these interesting? So the goblin would be an entity that walks around and just hides in your town. I like this idea. I think this is goofy enough. The snake showing up, I'm not as sold on because, well, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I like all of these though. You take the seeds out of the farm to lure the birds. But you wouldn't even know that there are birds. This is something I want to communicate without strings, new strings, and having the bird just like wander around town. Actually, the bird probably shouldn't come in from across the bridge, right? The bird should probably come in from like, I don't know, behind one of these trees. It just like appears somewhere else. I got to think of that. Where should it come in from? We have some kind of like paths over here. We could add walkability there. Well, I'll think about that later. Bird could come in from a different location than customers. Maybe it enters from the right side of town. Anyway, we don't save anything with any of these. These shouldn't impact save files at all, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think any of this needs to. Okay, so the only question is today the day to add this stuff? I don't know. Could be the bird, snake, customer wave. So I think these should be based on beating certain bosses. I think the goblin will just be an event that happens, and item bags are on a different timer, but they're also kind of just an event. I originally liked the customer wave idea, but now that we've fleshed out the game, it doesn't feel like it fit without changing how the game works. Like we already have spells for customers. We have, where is it? We have impulse buying, which makes customers buy an item immediately. We have then employee discount over here, which makes your workers buy items. So I don't think throughput is a problem toward the end of the game. Oh, you know what else we didn't do? There's no way in story mode for you to modify your mana like you can in bone mode. I didn't think about that. So it could be that one of these things could have given you mana. In fact, it could be that that's what those legendary weapons are for. It wouldn't really make sense, I guess. Yeah, like you get one of these powerful swords and it turns out that you click it and it just flies over to the spell crystal and gives you full mana. I don't even know if you'd want that to happen. Dropping a potion in for mana. No, so that's something you'd be able to do at any point. And I don't want you to just always be at max mana. That to me doesn't sound like... It doesn't sound desirable to me. Also, you might want it to be like, well, I always want to be at max mana, so why can't workers do this? And we don't necessarily have to... What didn't I come up with here? So we had the snake, the goblin. Whoops. We figured those things out. We still haven't figured this out and this. This we did, this we did. Yeah, so these could be a source of mana, although we don't ever have a plus mana string, do we? Oh, yes, we do. What am I thinking? We definitely do, because we did this for marine mana. Where does this show up? Plus something mana. I just search for mana. Can we find this? Marine mana, here it is. Get mana bonus. There's that. It's right there. Plus mana bonus. Oh, we put the word mana right there. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. I don't think swords make sense for it, though. I also don't think it'd be super clear why any of this is happening. Yeah. You get some legendary looking sword only for it to give you some mana for your enchanter, and you'd be like, why am I getting this? Especially because you would assume that you could just drag it over to here. Then you find out that you can't. Yeah. All right, let's not worry about that. But yeah, giving you mana would have been a decent thing. Okay. Well, I like those ideas. We probably should look through some GitHub issues, though, just to make sure there's nothing else that's worth tackling. I want to get lunch pretty soon, but then in the afternoon, I can work on this for another few hours. And yeah, let's just take a look through the issues and find out. Anything super important. That stuff is not... No. This would be nice. I don't think I care about that anymore. Handle clicks on press or release. In the intro. Add flavor to the town. Isn't that pretty much what I'm doing here? You know, we could do something where I only add a string in the English version. Like when you click this, if your language is set to English, I just pop up whatever silly string I write. And that way we don't even need to translate it. And if you're not in English, you just can't click this stuff. All right, well, we can come back to that one. What else do we have? Outline of that, sure. You know, these are not super crazy what we have here. What's this? Well, okay, yeah, I don't think this is important. Game looks fine. I think the original issue was caused by something else. Is this a problem? I don't think this is a problem. Just no way. It kills my localization heart. Yeah, it's not great. I guess we could also just add the strings in later. Like if we have the string, we can show it. All right, so I unlock item stacking, and then I just click this. No, everything's fine. Right? Everything's fine. No, wait a second. It does change the position. Is that true even of... Oh, wow. I mean, I still don't really think this is a problem. Interesting. Item. We have sprite 1, then sprite 2, and sprite 3. And we fill them in 2, 3, 1. Okay, let's try something here. Let's try changing their y coordinates. This is -2, and this one is 0. So what if we set this to 0, and this to 0, and this to -2? And then swap the order of them. So I guess it's less clear that you have a third item now, right? Yeah, because you can only see, what, 2 pixels? And then this column here. Is that a problem? Maybe it's not a problem. Because if you ever do have 3 items, it just says you have 3 items. But we would need to change this so that we use a different position when you only have one of them. So we'd be moving this sprite down by 2 pixels and then hiding these. And then as soon as you have 2 items, we'd show those, but not the first one. And then when you have all 3, we'd show this, but it'd be in the back. And we could even shift it upward a little bit more. Maybe that's a little too much, but like there, maybe. Yeah, you know what? This might be a good issue to do. I think this is still worth doing. Yeah, I'll just comment that for now. Not worth prioritizing right now, but we'll eventually do it. What else do we have? Generates this. Adventure screen overlaps the end of challenge mode screen. Is this still happening? I might have fixed this when I fixed that other issue. So let's just go into here and then open that. No, it's not doing it anymore. Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay. This, I think I just fixed this when I tackled a different change. I mean, it is resolved. I'll just close it as resolved. Consider lowering pressure from metals. Consider showing an outline. Yeah, a lot of these are like little polish things we can do that are not high priority. They're changing how workers treat those. Optimize build size. Oh, this we should definitely do. Tell players who change languages to reload the game if they see issues. This is what Xyletics was talking about. Change how this dismisses itself. Consider allowing this to work without having to click at all. We did this. Why is this not marked as fixed? What? Why is that not marked as fixed? I just did this in... Where's the commit? It's somewhere over here. Keyboard. Quick. There it is. Fixes 903. So there were 2 issues like that? 903. Whoops. Huh, okay. So I'll just mark this as a duplicate of 903. Oh, swapping items. I never did that. Allow sounds to work during the intro or skip. Yeah, not very important. Consider making up perks just to use any unused icons. All right, not too crazy here. This is unnecessary now. Yeah, this is no longer necessary since we changed the renderer to the compatibility renderer for everyone. Yeah. Well, wasn't there some like jittery issue that I need to look at? It's possible that we undo this change if we eventually tackle that. Close. I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think I'm going to do this. I don't know, though, how big of a deal this is. And I think I asked about this earlier, and I think the answer was like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, right now, the game is localized to languages like French and German, but the achievements are not. the Steam pages are localized. So if you go to Steam and you click, Italian, for example, it's like, this is all human translated Italian. And so is all of this stuff. Then you download the game and be like, oh, cool, it's a fully Italian experience, right? And then find out, like, no, it's not. But yeah, I just don't, this isn't going to happen. Let me just put it that way. It's not going to happen. Yeah. Just don't think this is worth doing. I think it's kind of a shame that achievements will be in English. But I don't want to ask translators to translate another like 48 strings each. It would also make it harder to add new achievements. Well, not harder. It would also create friction. There are some languages missing on the Steam page, Italian, for example. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. I forgot all about that. I think I have that written down somewhere, but I can change that later. I only checked the boxes for ones that were already in the game. In fact, I could go change that now. Let me just see really fast. Localize the Steam page. We already did this. Yeah, I'll give a point for that. Okay, let me just go do that really fast right now, because it should be simple. There's a bunch of checkboxes somewhere, and all I need to do is just check Italian and Spanish, I think. So where is that? There we go. And there, I'm doing this off screen because you're not supposed to show this. Okay, so we have English, French, there's Italian, and Spanish. Cool. And then same thing with the demo. English, French, Italian, Spanish. Yep, Portuguese was already set too. So save and publish. Give me a sec, just making sure this is working. Cool and cool. All right, published. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's already fixed. So localize the Steam page. This has been done already. There is a very tiny improvement I need to make to the Italian page. But other than that, everything should be pretty much set. What's this? I'm just not going to bother with this at the moment. Yeah, updating translations will continue to be a manual task, which is probably for the best so that I don't screw anything up. All right, and then we have one more page to look through. All right, I don't think there's anything super important here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Cool. So there are still some issues. We should still work on these. But yeah, I think we can spend the afternoon working on some of the delightful stuff. I know that an ad is running for a bunch of people right now. Let me go do this, fill out the journal. So yeah, we'll work on something like that later today. Maybe even if we just got one or two of those in, I think it'd be fine. So what did I do today? I never remember. This is why I write a journal in the first place. Let's just look at all the commits. Update translation. So did a bunch of translation stuff. Why? Well, I've been streaming for like 4 hours, right? What? How is this all the work that I did? Where'd all the rest of the work go? What am I missing? What did I spend my time on? I guess I cleaned some things off of this to-do list. I guess the translation stuff did take a decent amount of time. Did I look at anything else? Huh. I feel like I was productive, but the stats don't show it. Oh yeah, I'll just say it worked through the backlog, came up with some delightful changes to the game. When I did each day, hourly basis in Notion. I think hourly basis is probably a little bit too much. Like, I want this to be a lightweight process for myself at least, because it's not like someone's looking over this necessarily. Where this started, by the way, is at my last job, we had yearly performance reviews, and I would just forget what happened in the entire year. So I just did exactly what you see here, right? Spreadsheet with just 4 columns. And this was great. It was amazing because at year end time, I'd look back through these things and I'd be like, wow, yeah, I forgot all about that project. And I'd look back here and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's something I should put there too. And then I could look through my email and find extra artifacts for those. I actually had, I guess, other columns here, like was there a design document or was there some like PR that I want to link to? Translation controller button took a lot of time. Yeah, I guess that's true. I struggled on that. Yeah. Well, I'm feeling pretty good because we have, like I said, 20 days left until launch, and all of the remaining tasks are doable or not important, or both. And yeah, if we didn't get any of them done, I think the game's still in good shape. So maybe we can look at perf again at some point. There are some actually very important tasks left, like pretty much everything in fully launch the game. And I got to figure out how to set up itch. Worked at Microsoft? I have worked at Microsoft, yeah, but the last job I had was at Google. Oh, man, I'm tired. Okay, I'm going to go take a break. Yeah, it's 12:43. So I'll be gone for about an hour. I'll come back and we'll work on either the goblin or the snake or the bird or the item bags. So yeah, we'll just see where it takes me. Is it on Google Sheets because you want to share with others? Because I guess you can get the same experience on Obsidian. Yeah. I link it there. And also it's just pretty fast. I think table support in Obsidian is not great, at least on mobile. And Google's done a slightly better job there. Not that I added this on mobile, but I'm just used to doing table stuff in Sheets. All right, well, thank you all for watching. Sorry the face cam isn't working. I'll see if I can get this fixed before the next stream, but yeah, if not, just look at a pixel art version of me. So yeah, bye everyone. Hope to see you after lunch. Take care.